Right? Why's my chat not opening up? Good morning, everybody. Right.
Lamont says right, then. Still a bit queasy. No more.
Erinville says I realize we've just arrived, but we should get you familiar with the city before the rite of succession. Alphino says no arguments here. I should very.
Lamont says then I'll guide you. Alize says are you sure you're in any condition to do so?
Passerby says aha. We were wondering who these strange folk were. So the third promise has found herself some. Erinville says followers. Passerby says what Lamont? Are you unwell?
Lamont says no, not at all. Couldn't be better. The third promise does not. As for my hand-picked entourage here, I've recruited them to help me win the right of succession. I was about to show them around the city, in fact. Passerby says that sounds lovely. But a group of foreigners is going to attract attention, especially if they're in the company of the third promise. Everyone will be curious. We certainly were.
Passerby says your siblings have a tendency to, command a respectful distance. But
Lamont says and I enjoy it so much when you do. Please, don't ever worry that you're about.
Passerby says you're very kind. Good day.
I don't have the chat open.
Erinville says they did have a point. What Lamont is technically royalty here. Like it or not, a person of her station surrounded by this many outsiders is bound to.
Lamont says wait, what do you mean technically?
Erinville says I suggest we move in two groups so as to
Lamont says just technically ignoring me, then. Haven, you and Krill can come with me.
Erinville says I'll take the twins, then. Alphino says we'll get in touch once we've had a good look. Erinville says the voyage was hard on all of us, so take it slow and recuperate. We have. Enjoy your wanderings.
Krill says perhaps we should wait a bit. At least until Lamont's gnaws. Lamont says no need for that. Look, I'm ready, Unc.
We are good to go, everybody.
I'm fine now, really. Can't stand around all day feeling sorry for myself, what with the contest looming and all. Now, then. Seeing as we're already here, I might as well tell you about the harbor. Erinville already mentioned the reefs in our coastal waters, which explains why you don't see any big ships moored at the docks. Lamont says only vessels with shallow drafts can navigate the bay, mostly small fishing boats or barges ferrying cargo up and down the rivers from inland settlements. Much of the incoming traffic is from Tural, the southern landmass. The clans there produce various goods for export. Their wares are unloaded here and carted off to the merchant stalls in the neighboring markets. Speaking of which, Bayside Bevy should be our next stop.
Lamont and Krill are now accompanying you. Keep them at your side and you can, if you, while you are accompanied. And
okay, yeah, I know those.
This is Bayside Bevy, Tural largest marketplace. Being right on the harbor, everything from fresh fish to imported wares go directly to the shelves. Anything you want, they most likely have. Oh, right, I should mention that here in Tural we buy things with Pel, a currency that the Pelupilu created. But don't worry. More and more trade is coming in from Eorzea, so most shops are happy to accept your gil. There's also Wakamekimiki, another market to the east of here, but that can wait for another time. I have other places I want to show you first. Next, we'll head back a bit, then northwards up the stairs to a certain plaza. Hee hee, I can't wait to see the look on your faces.
Now what do we do? Go to the crystal, okay.
What do you think of that, eh? Curl says goodness me, you have etherites in Tural? Lamont says I think I told you before, but my brother, Kawana, spent 3 years studying in Charlian. He fell in love with the nation and its ways, and brought back to us the knowledge of etherite construction. Papa warmed to the idea at once, had one built immediately. Did you do the attuning thing? If you're ready to continue, we'll head down again and then up the slope to the side.
We did it
Right at the top is the gate which leads to Tural. Let's make a stop at Bright Bloom Post on the way, though. That's the headquarters for the Landsguard.
We are going this way. I think. Nope. We are going to go this way.
Lamont says we have a lot of narrow, winding streets that crawl up the sides of the mountain. As you can see, though, the builders made sure the city's main thoroughfares were wide enough to accommodate wagons.
Good to know. That's cool. Good little bit of floor. There's one up there. Summoning bows there. Okay.
Here we are, Bright Bloom Post. The soldiers stationed here are responsible for defending Tural and preserving the peace. The Landsguard are led by our nation's strongest warrior, and so Tural Papa has commanded them since the beginning. Lamont says, at least until 3 years ago, when Zorelja took over as commander. The title is no empty honor, it means the first promise is considered equal to the Dawn Servant in martial strength. Lamont says meanwhile, I haven't even managed to. Well, I'll discuss my brothers and their accomplishments later. Alphino and Alize should be around to hear it, too. Come on, it's time I showed you the Skygate. It's right at the northern end of Talonmark.
Okay, so I'm guessing it's this way? Oh no, it's this way.
Lamont says massive, isn't it? And on the other side is an equally massive bridge to match. Both were constructed by a race of giants, the Yakui. Strictly speaking, Tural is actually two separate continents, Tural, the southern lands of the mother, and Tural, the northern lands of the father, which lie beyond. Legends say it used to be one great landmass. But long, long ago, the two gods fought a titanic battle, and when one threw the other to the ground, the impact was so devastating as to split the continent in twain. Pearl says a familiar-sounding tale. I am put in mind of the conflict between Hydaelyn and... But getting back to Tural, those lands are also part of the Tural nation. Lamont says that's right. Isn't my father incredible? He united the peoples of two continents. The many clans of Tural had been at war for generations. It was only when Papa traveled the lands and put a stop to their myriad conflicts that we finally had peace. And that's the main reason I want to win the throne, so I can preserve the peace he built. But I see you're more interested in what's behind the gate than hearing about my aspirations. Crossing the bridge to Tural requires a special travel pass. Unfortunately, they won't issue any new permits until the rite of succession is over. I promise to get you one when I'm Dawn Servant, but until then, you'll just have to wait. You really mean that? Hey, woe to anyone who stands between you and adventure. Pearl says we must have covered half the city by now. Tural is unlike any other place I've visited. I'm thoroughly enjoying myself. Lamont says we'll head west next, towards the Arch of the Dawn. The dirigible landing is on the way. Curl says you have dirigibles, too? Tural certainly doesn't want for methods of travel. Lamont says we get by. Now, if you've seen enough of this area, let me know and we'll continue on.
The upstairs is now shouted.
The Arch of the Dawn is on the other side of the city, so speak up if you see something that interests you as we walk.
Lamont and Krull are now accompanying you. If
Curl says I'm still struggling to conceive how one could construct an entire city on the side of a mountain. Lamont says this was originally the site of a Yakui temple. The giants built it when they were first making the bridge to Tural, to appease the god who slumbers in the great ocean trench. After the Yakui withdrew, the temple stood empty for centuries. So when Papa was establishing his new nation, he saw a structure he could refurbish into a palace, sitting practically in the center of Tural. He gathered artisans to do the work, and the houses they built for themselves became the foundation of the city you see today. Speaking of houses, we'll be passing through the Resplendent Quarter, the biggest residential district in Tural. We climb these sets of stairs here, all the way up.
Just figured I would look for any, crystal point or vistas. And well, we keep going.
Papa's palace is called Valakshunsa, which roughly translates to invincible resilience. Lamont says you probably want to take a closer look, but we'll be coming back here later. Let's move on for now.
And there's where we're going. And there's a crystal right here.
Krill says so. This is the Resplendent Quarter. What manner of people live here? Lamont says oh, we have residents from all the Yaktural clans, Mamulcha, Jbral, Pelupilu, Moblin, Hanu Hanu. We also have Tona Ata, Hazaro, and Shedana who moved south from their ancestral lands in Chaktural. In essence, it's a gathering of people from every corner of Tural. Krill says a true representation of Tulal's diverse character. The adornments on each building contribute to the eclectic cultural aesthetic. It's also beautiful. Lamont says I'm glad you think so. Come, we continue down the stairs.
Keep going. Goes.
Alpaca Keep says welcome. If it's an alpaca you need, then look no further. Before we get you saddled up,
So the alpacas are basically the chocobos. Gotcha.
Lamont says and here are dirigibles. Not bad, eh? I hear other nations use airships to sail the skies, but you'll only find balloons in Tulalal. We have them for the exact same reason as the Aetherites. Kawana brought back the plans from Charlian, and Papa thought them fantastic and commissioned their construction. This was around 3 years ago. Since that time, we've added flights to other settlements. Trade with frontier communities has never been easier. But that's enough about dirigibles. The Arch of the Dawn awaits.
Where are we going? We're going south.
This is it, the Arch of the Dawn. When the giants were still here, it was known as the Tural Landgate. But when Papa founded Tural, everyone began using its present name in honor of his great achievement.
Bob, yeah, this is
Through this gate
Dawntrail.
is Kazamuka, the wetlands south of the city. Depending on what the right of succession asks of us, we might end up going in that direction. Curl says Kazamuka, the name alone is intriguing. Speaking of which, what were those fluffy animals we passed earlier?
They're Packers.
Lamont says those are alpacas. Curl says fearsome? They seemed quite placid to me. Lamont says you'll learn soon enough, Curl. You'll learn. But forget the alpacas, I have something far more important to show you. Come along.
Okay, so now where are we going? We are going... Where are we going? Oh, where do we go?
Lamont says if you wish to learn the history of Tural, then look no further. Curl says these stone pillars, you mean? What is special about these pillars, if I may ask? Lamont says at a glance, they might look like ordinary stone decorations. But if you take a really good look, you'll see there's something much more interesting.
The following event cannot be skipped. You may wish to cancel any pen.
Curl says pictures? Wait, no. They seem to tell a series of stories, many of them featuring a two-headed Mamulja. Oh. Then this Lamont says that's right. It follows the exploits of my father, Galul Jaja, and his journey to unite our lands. The deeds he performed and the bonds he forged, all immortalized in stone. There's no better way to learn how Tural came to be. Study them as long as you like. This pillar tells the lay of the Brotherhood. It depicts the scene where Papa granted an audience to the foreign explorer, Ket, something. I can never remember the name. Krill says you mean Kettenram? Lamont says that's the one. Kettenram's arrival in Tural is what prompted Papa to embark. Lamont says it said the two grew to be close friends, brothers in spirit, if not in blood. But no one knows what became of the explorer and later. Krill says Kettenram's disappearance is a mystery in Eorzea as well. The records say he traveled between our lands and yours for a while, but then it's assumed he was lost at sea. Lamont says here we have the Lay of Reeds. This is the story of when Papa visited the Hanu in their village in Kazamut. Krill says the people Alphano almost mistook for Vanu, if not for the colorful plumage. He spent a fair bit of time among the Vanu in the Sea of Clouds, so it's no surprise he took an interest in your country. Lamont says I don't know how it is with your Vanu, but our Hanu are a bright and cheerful sort. They hold this one festival every year, very famous, and a lot of The 4 stones closest to us cover the first half of Papa's travels. Let's start with those. Let's see. This one is the Lay of Pots, which depicts the Moblins of They might wear odd masks and sound weirdly muffled when they talk, but the gold and silver work they sell is the best you'll find anywhere. Moblin goods are the standard when it comes to gift giving. Krill says clearly the Vanu aren't the only people with distant Turali counterparts. Lamont says this one recounts the Lay of Repast. As you can probably tell, the figure depicted here is of the Xbral. For decades, the Xbral and the Mamuulja were at war for control of the forest of Yaktal. The actions Papa took to end that conflict have since been hailed as the first steps in the founding of Tural. Krill says there is a clan of Hrothgar and Bozia known as Helians. In their society, the women rule as queens, and the men serve as devoted. Yet here in Tural, Xbral men and women appear to be of equal status. How dramatically culture can vary with Lamont says if you're done with the first half, we can move on to the second.
Yes, we can.
The Lay of Gold. This pillar shows one of the Palupilu, whose homeland is in Having created our currency, the Palu are rightfully known as the merchant clan. They oversee Tuliyolal's markets, and their traveling peddlers are a common sight no matter where you go in Tural. Don't let their size fool you. They might be mistaken as children, but beneath those beaked masks, they are clever and calculating traders.
Did I accidentally slow that down? I did not want it to be...
Lamont says this one is my favorite, the Lay of Ice. It depicts the battle. I should explain. Krill says Tataru described the Far Eastern auspices in a similar fashion. Could this be the same phenomenon?
I want to keep that on 5.
Lamont says Bali Garmungda itself was dubbed the Sky Ruin, a name earned for the destruction and terror it visited upon Tural every time it stirred from its slumber. But 80 years or so ago, its ruinous reign was brought to an end. After a great struggle, Papa and his comrades managed to overcome the raging withdrawal, and sealed it away in the Urkopacha Mountains. Despite its reputation, however, Bali Garmungda is also a symbol of power. That's why you'll see its likeness on Tuliyolal's national emblem, and adorning the banners. Krill says so, this one is unmarked. Lamont says Papa says he left a blank pillar for the next chapter of Tuliyolal's history. Whatever that. The Lay of Proof. That big fellow is of the Yakui, the largest of Turals. These giants once used their great size and strength to establish a dominion encompassing all of Yak Tural. Having brought the southern reaches to heel, they then turned northwards, setting their sights on Tural. You'll recall that massive bridge they built beyond the Skygate. Sometime after launching their northern campaign, however, they just gave up. They abandoned the lands they'd conquered and withdrew into the mountains of Rakopacha. I've never even seen any of their kind so much as set foot in the city. Kurl says this was a people with the power and resourcefulness to raise a temple on a mountaintop and build a bridge across the sea with stone. What would move them to renounce their ambitions and their place in Turali history? Lamont says, had your fill of history, then?
Yes.
Glad to hear it. You know, I feel awfully hungry all of a sudden. No surprises there, seeing I couldn't keep anything down for a while. But now I think I'm ready to eat again. Lamont says, so let's go and have ourselves a bite of a local delicacy. Come, I'll take you to the best restaurant in the... Kurl says, I like the sound of that.
I don't know why I'm sleepy today. I'm missing that one up there. That's where I am. I'm missing that one. And I'm missing that one. Okay. Well, I want to run back and go get that one I'm missing that I missed. Nah. I fully blame Tural Fu. What do you mean? Oh, for staying up all night. Never mind, I get it. Market board is here, and board is there. If the market board is there, does that mean we have... Oh, why is my... That should not be on that hotbar. That should be maps. Keybind? I have not seen that movie in forever. Wait, why is my... Is my shift key busted? Better. That was so weird. Okay, so anyways, I was looking at... Is there a summoning bell anywhere nearby? I don't... Oh, what above me?
Neck hook. Any... Must... Roar. Bad wolves. If that is I am I Neko If ever
Going. We're going this way. We're going upstairs.
Lamont says, have you ever had tacos? They're a Tula Yolal classic. You bake a crunchy shell made from corn flour, and fill it with meat and salad. A lot of shops and stalls sell them, but I like how they're made here at Jbal Yavtai best. And I need one right in front of me, right now. Let's head downstairs and place an order with Old Badikivu.
Brook Evo! My companions must sample your heavenly tacos. One for each of us, please.
Right away, promise. And I'll pack them tight with my choicest feelings. Only the best for you and your friends.
Did you hear the silver scares are back? Seems their
Inside
overseas
Sasha.
foray ended in disaster. More than half their warband is missing, including their leader.
Aye. And now keen to rebuild their broken reputations, the survivors seek the Golden City. A fool's errand. How many hopefuls have disappeared in search of that fable? They should count their lucky stars they came home alive at all.
The legend of the Golden City is well known here, I take it.
It is, but as no one's ever seen it, many question if there is any truth to the tale. Like our skeptical Erinville.
I can't imagine the Dawn Servant would request a formal survey for a place that doesn't exist.
Now to find a spot with a pleasant view to enjoy our crunchy spoils. Oh! Ah!
He's tall.
If it isn't the third promise.
What the?
I don't know these ones. New salt.
Dredge from foreign waters is my guess, brother.
Of course, that's it. Wuklamat is so afraid of the coming contest that she went crying for special help.
Was there something you wanted, Bakul Jaja?
The third promise remembers us!
I would mean
Such
worst
an
of being
honor.
Yep. Yep.
Glory on your name, brother. And on yours, brother.
I know my rivals for the throne. Nothing more.
Another child of the Dawn Servant?
No, this brute.
We have no ties to their farce of a family. Unlike the sneevling house cat, we are blessed siblings, the elevated chosen. We alone are fit to succeed Golul Jaja as Dawn Servant.
All peoples are equal in Tulihiola. Your heritage gives you no greater claim to the throne.
Ha! Shall we test that idea here and now? See if your strength is equal to ours.
None of this has any bearing on the right of succession, correct? Best not waste your energies on pointless scuffles.
The kitten comes to the house cat's defense.
Pathetic. Since when was our nation overrun by mewling weaklings?
Listen to me, you.
A two-headed mamulja. I knew of them, but that's the first I've seen in the flesh.
Some get it into their twin heads that they're destined to follow in my father's footsteps. So they travel to distant lands to hone their battlecraft. Those are likely the ones you've heard about.
Are there other two-headed claimants?
No, just Bakul Jaja. Even in Tural, his kind are far from common. The Mamulja people largely belong to one of three clans. The Hubigo, the Bunewa, and the Dopro.
What?
Every once in a great while, a two-headed offspring is born from a union between the brown-scaled Hubigo and the blue-scaled Bunewa. The child grows to possess immense strength, both physical and magical.
Blessed siblings indeed.
Forget them. Let's go and buy more tacos. I can think of nothing better to rid me of this bad taste in my mouth.
Enjoying your tour of the city, I trust. We've seen our share of notable sights and took a moment to rest. As such, we're ready to present ourselves at the palace for the rite of succession. Shall we meet you there?
The palace it is. I'll let Wooklamart know.
Oh, it's actually changed?
Destiny calls. Perhaps we can return for more tacos later?
So it goes.
Curl says I was looking forward to trying some authentic Tili cuisine, but we should hurry and join Alphino and the others at the palace. Lamont says alright. It's a bit of a climb to the top, but you can head up from the Resplendent Quarter, or even the eastern side of Talonmark, if you prefer. Now that you have an idea of how the city's laid out, I'll let you find your own way to Valakshunsa. Ah, my poor, empty belly.
You go this way. I can now jump to that other crystal. That's one way to get down. The only one I'm missing is that one, which the closest crystal is the main crystal. Let's go get the main, get that crystal. I can see it.
You have attuned yourself to all the Ethernet shards until lol.
You know what I'm gonna do? I'm actually gonna do a quick. Let's do leveling. Do I want to turn in the quest now? Yeah.
Lamont says you made it. Good. Then we're all here. I'm still hungry enough to eat a whole roasted colibri, but the contest won't wait for us forever.
Upon speaking to Aaron, it is recommended. Alright, here we go.
Superzilla Thamfort says oh slash. Leonhardt
That's
Behemoth
perfect.
says hello. Volt Polamia says hello.
Okay, what are you guys? Hello, you guys. You can sound the big. Yeah, I'm aware. I haven't done this dungeon in forever though. This one, I think. I probably need that key. the other way.
Superzilla Famfort says GGS. Volt Perlamia says GG. Leonhardt Behemoth says GGS THX Hall.
Oh, one accommodation for that. $9.46. Okay, now we go to Paladin.
Upon speaking to Erinville, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended.
Erinville says I've acquainted the twins with the city as best I could in a Their unbridled enthusiasm made it rather difficult. Invariably something would catch their eye, spurring them to run down an alley to investigate. It was like herding a pair of unruly
Lamont says hey, I understand all too well. Charlie and Right, then. Now it's time we saw the inside of the palace. Papa will want to know I'm home, and to meet the allies I've... Given how impulsive he is, though, there's no telling what we might be in for.
I just thought about that. That was bad. That hate me.
Estinian.
8 minutes and 14 seconds? Wow.
What's the point? Why is he here?
I ran right through Hockey Manor.
Oh, you know this man? Whenever my father spots a promising opponent, he invites them to Sunperch to duel. Pressing duties or no, he can't resist a good fight.
So the one Estinian is crossing blades with.
That would do, Spearman. I will receive my darling daughter. Know that you are the strongest I fought in many a moon, if not longer. It is the privilege of a life long lived to face such a formidable soul.
If it's formidable you want, then look no further than that woman there.
I see you, warrior.
We had no idea you meant to visit Tural.
I've seen what lies east. This time I chose west.
And thus did our itinerant dragoon make his travel plans.
You witnessed our bout. If you thought he was fearsome, that was with one head dozing.
I'm not sure I understand.
The old man has been feeling his years. The uncovered side is the head of resolve, and age has only deepened his love for combat. But the head of reason, wiser of the two, sleeps more and more these days. As I understand it, the veil helps with the restoration of his magical energies.
Enough about me, Lamati. I want to hear of your adventures.
Lamachi.
A term of endearment. It's what my family calls me.
Oh. When last did we see you in the palace? Greetings, Solonash.
It's Erenville now, Dawn Servant. I took the name while abroad, and have since grown accustomed to it.
Erenville, then. And these others? I assume are Lamati's recruited allies. Ha! Old-tempered still. Yet as much as I'd enjoy testing their mettle, the hour of the right is at hand. I will summon the other claimants at once.
Then I shall leave you to it. Good fortune, my friends.
Why am I still in party chat?
The claimants are assembled. The first promise, Zorolja. The second promise, Gona. The third promise, Uklamat. And lastly, the chosen of Mamuk, Bakul Jaja. You four will compete in the right of succession, the outcome of which will decide who takes my place as Dawn Servant. I am not the man I once was. My wiser half sleeps the days away. And it is time I yield my position. But mine is a torch that has never been passed. Tuliyola is young. And so I look to thee always for inspiration. The right of succession. The means by which the Autarch of Mamuk was chosen. Only the two-headed were deemed fit for this contest. But the Tuliyola I built is a nation of many peoples.
Our leader needn't have two heads, nor be a mamulja at all. So I gave the right of claimant, not only to the son I sired, but to my adopted children as well. Yet the opportunity to rule was still not equal. That is why a recent tournament offered a place in the contest as the winning prize.
Now you have us to compete against. Though it seems the one-head was already too afraid to face us in the tournament.
Our brother was in shock Tural leading the Landsguard on a campaign to eradicate a Tural Vidral. Anyone with sense would know he was too busy for games.
Now for the part you've been waiting to hear. The nature of the contest itself. To triumph in the right of succession, and thereby claim our nation's throne, you must travel the lands of Tural and find the City of Gold.
If I may, Father.
Speak, Kona.
The Golden City is an ancient Turali legend, but after so many failed attempts to find it, the story has become more fairy tale than fact. If you would charge us with such a quest, are we then to assume you have proof of the city's existence?
I offer us proof my unbroken word, for I have seen it with my own 4 eyes.
You love Kona? Yeah.
The city's real. All those years.
This was before the founding of Tuliyobo. I traveled the lands of Tural with my companions. And we ended our journey at the gates to the Golden City. I mean to have you do the same. But in order to achieve victory proper, you'll need to break the seal I put in place. Bring them.
Yeah, I wrote you a message in the Novice Network.
You will retrace the path I walked to unite our peoples, step by step. Along the way, 7 chosen electors will be waiting to measure your worth. Earn their keystones by performing the feats they ask of you. Once you've fitted each of the 7 tablets with the keystone, you'll have the key to unlock the seal on the Golden City's gates.
So the contest is in stages, none of which can be skipped by rushing to the ultimate objective.
Exactly. Exciting, isn't it?
Martial tournaments, hunting festivals, and now this? You do so love your contests, Papa.
Were I a few years younger, I would have joined in myself, giving you a proper challenge. You may think the ride is tedious or nonsensical, or both, but I am yielding our nation's throne. Let me have this final indulgence.
A waste of time. Just name Bakunja as successor and be done with it.
The rite of succession begins now. I'll be watching your progress with great interest. And Clement,
I love that
remember
quote
to
with
collect your
Sola
tablets
that
before
came
you
out today.
leave. You are one of Lamachi's allies. Speak freely.
I am Cryle Baldessian, representative of the students of Baldessian. My name is perhaps familiar to you?
Ah.
It would seem you sent this letter to my orders some years ago. The ink has since faded and much of the writing is illegible. Even so, we managed to determine the essence of it. A request to investigate the Golden City, addressed to my grandfather, Galuf. Included with the correspondence was this earring. A fairy tale and a piece of jewelry were enough to convince my grandfather to sail halfway across the world. So there is surely some greater mystery at work here. On behalf of the students, I've come to seek clarification on the matter. Have you any knowledge you might share with me?
No, not at this time. I have tasked the claimants with finding the Golden City. To fulfill your request would afford one of them an unfair advantage in the right of succession. But once the contest is decided, I plan to entrust the entire truth to my successor. If you want to hear it, then you had best help Lamachi win.
Very well, Dawn Servant. On my honor as a student of Baldessian, I will find your Golden City. Thank you for hearing my petition.
How about that? She's grown into a remarkable young woman. You should be proud, Galuf.
Too late to change your mind now, I suppose. But are you sure you wish to be part of this? Our third promise is not wont to take no for an answer. Though you may have agreed to help, I worry that you were swept up in her relentless enthusiasm.
What is oath?
Or perhaps you've been lured by the glory of the Golden City. Either way, this contest for the throne will place you and yours at the heart of political turmoil. If you are second-guessing your decision, tell me now. This may be my last chance to help you withdraw.
Life is a series of journeys, my friend, and there's no telling what awaits us on the long road. But what's important is to be true to yourself as you walk it. Only then can we hope to be content when we arrive at the end of one and step forward into another.
So you are committed to your path? I will speak no more of it then. As for my own involvement, I can no longer conduct myself as a mere guide, I think. Not after the Dawn Servant's revelation.
Yeah.
Here they come! It's Saralja! Such a fearsome mien. Make no mistake, there goes Tuliola's mightiest warrior.
First promise, our village needs aid. The cold weather stunts our crops, and the children of our village go hungry. Once you ascend the throne, I beg of you, grant my people new lands, please!
Saralja.
Take heart, tiller of the soil. The Resilion son, blood heir to the Dawn Servant, has heard your pleas.
Soralja, the first promise and commander of the Landsguard. Saralja, the palace seer. As he was so careful to remind the crowd, Soralja is indeed the natural child of Gulul Jaja.
And Resilient Son, is that another title, like the first promise?
After a fashion. Common knowledge has it that two-headed Mamulja cannot sire children. Yet Soralja was born all the same, with the head of Resolve's features and the head of Reason's scales. An extraordinary example of life's unyielding resilience.
And a warrior's reticence. He says little, but the way he moves... I know a hardened soldier when I see one.
He's a natural swordsman, a gift he inherited from his father. Some even say that the son has already surpassed the sire. Should he come to power, the first promise means to employ that martial prowess in the conquest of foreign lands. For this, he and his supporters have been labeled expansionists. This puts him in direct opposition to Wuklamat, who advocates for the preservation of peace. You may recall that she spoke of a claimant who cannot be allowed to rule. That is Soralja, the warmonger.
Cryon, are you alright?
The echo. It gave me a glimpse into Zoralja's ambitions. deep and unknowable, like an abyss. Yet at the same time, a roaring, unquenchable fire. It was a trifle terrifying, to be frank.
This cutscene, I'm gonna run to the wasp real quick.
Second promise, you must bring us more marvelous conveniences. More dirigibles and trains and the like. We need you in charge to make trading easier.
It's Final Fantasy X.
The elders, they complain and complain about abandoning tradition. But we're not like them, afraid of everything foreign and new. You have our wholehearted support. With your ingenuity and knowledge, you're sure to win the contest.
Forgive me, but the rite of succession is barely begun. I will hear your petitions if and when I am named Dawn Servant. If you will excuse me.
Plain spoken, as always. That's Arcona. Practical to a fault.
Here we have Kona, the second promise, who spent time as a pupil at Sharlayan's own studium.
Now that you mention it, I think I did see him in the halls once or twice. There was nothing to suggest he was Turali, much less from a royal family.
That was by design. He forwent his usual garb and took an Eorzean name to avoid attention.
So it was Kona who introduced the dirigibles. And the railway too, given what we just heard.
In furtherance of his goal, to enrich Tuliolal with every bright notion he learned of in Sharlayan. He is the hope of those who prize innovation. As aloof as he may seem, Kona and Wuklamat actually get along rather well. They bicker and banter as only close siblings do.
How gracious of you all to cheer the lesser claimants. Oh, come now. What are you afraid of? I'm no different from your Dawn servant. That my kind should reign is Mamulja tradition, and has been so since before there was a Tuliyola. I'll brush aside your feeble contenders, and then you'll see who deserves your fealty.
Well said, brother.
The Mamulja have finally found peace in Tuliolal. I pity those fanatics are intent on keeping that tradition alive.
The chosen of Mamuk, Bakul Jaja, winner of the recent martial tournament, and the only claimant not of the Dawn's promise. His strength is undeniable, but you see how he is. A few devoted Mamulja are his only supporters.
What would he do with the throne should he win it?
His policies and so forth. I doubt he's thought much beyond winning the contest itself. But one thing seems certain. If he does become Dawn Servant, he will see the Mamulja exalted as the ruling class, and all others forced into subservience.
Sounds like another that cannot be allowed to rule.
We wish for one thing and one thing only, Third Promise. To abide together in harmony with our neighbors whom we love in this land we share. It is our way, the Turali way.
Galul Jaja built for us this peaceful nation, and we beg you to preserve it.
You have my word. I won't let your pleas go unanswered.
Until Tuliolal was founded some 80 years ago, this continent was ravaged by war. The eldest among us remember that dark era, and they are Wuklamat's most ardent supporters.
Apologies, it's hard to get away. This is Namika, my childhood nursemaid. She's been like a mother to me my whole life. I told her it wasn't necessary, but she insisted on seeing us off.
I place our precious Third Promise into your care.
Did you know Wuklamat was taking part in the rite of succession?
Of the Dawn's Promise? I thought it was only Zoralja and Kona. If she has any accomplishments to her name, I've yet to hear them.
Compared to the two Mamulja, she pales in martial prowess. And then there's Kona, who's far and away the most educated of the bunch. I hate to say it, but it's hardly a competition.
It's fine. I understand how much better my brothers are than me.
Better? Wuklamat. I have never thought of you as the lesser sibling. Your brothers may excel in their respective ways, but you boast qualities that both lack. A strength that is yours alone. Having cared for you for so long, I should know.
Thank you, Namika. Well, we ought to be on our way.
Yes, hurry along. I await word of your victory with bated breath.
Alright, so we'll go run into the washroom real quick. I'll be right back. Right, we are back. Sorry about that, everybody. Let's continue with the...
Lamont says, well, so much for the brief reunion I had in mind. Papa is not one to waste time when he decides to act. I'm used to it by now, of course, but others are often caught off guard. In any case, we should talk about how we're going to find the City of Gold. All we have to work with are the 7 tablets and their connection to the Tural saga.
Alphino says, might I suggest first comparing the tablets against the pillars? We could check for any discrepancies between them.
Lamont says, good idea. Let's go and take a look.
I was just checking to make sure if I didn't miss any chat. Alright, we are going this way. We are going basically right there.
Alphino says that makes everyone. What, Clement? The tablets, if you would.
Lamont says, of course.
Alphino says everyone has a tablet? Then let's compare them to their respective pillars. Keep an eye out for even the small...
Curl says, unless I'm missing something, the glyphs appear to be identical.
Irinville says the only difference being that the tablets of hollows where the keystones are to be fitted.
Alize says, so now that we've established that the scenes are the same, where do we go from here?
Alphino says the Dawn Servant said we were to retrace the path he walked in uniting Tural's peoples, and that we would encounter 7 electors along the way.
Lamont says, then we have the answer here in front of us. Papa's path is all laid out in the Tural. Curl says, the events the glyphs portray, do we know the exact locations where they took?
Alphino says if one is close, we could go there and search for an elector. That would confirm we're on the right.
Lamont says, let me think. The Lay of Reeds was in the nearby Hanhanus. Papa took me there once. It was during festival season, and the whole village was alive with good cheer. There's also the Lay of Gold. That one involved the Palupilu village, which is about the same distance from here.
Irinville says before going anywhere, we should ask around about the... I heard a lot of talk as we toured the city about that storm we passed through at sea. Apparently it ravaged Tural several days ago. Since our roads are not as well paved as Eorzea's, they're more susceptible to damage from natural disasters. If we want to avoid wasting time taking a dead-end trail, I suggest we spend a few moments
Lamont says if it's information we need. Just leave it to me. I'll bring the information to us.
Irinville says, it would be prudent to ensure we're prepared for the journey. I'll guide you to the accommodations I've arranged.
Alright, give me 1 second here. Alright, now where do we go? This way.
That's right, the reservation is under Waklamat's name. If you don't mind, I'll leave my companion.
Peshekwa says certainly, sir.
Irinville says I'll go and track down the third promise. Once you've finished organizing your gear, you can meet us outside.
Peshekwa says greetings, visitors to Tili Yolal, and welcome. Whenever you are ready, I will show you to your rooms.
Where are we going? Right there. Well, I wanted to see something. I picked up the backpack. What is the backpack for? I have a feeling it's in collection. No? Where is that? Oh. It's fashion. Fashion is fashion accessories, right? Ah.
Alize says trust you to be the keenest to head out. But where are Irinville and Waklamat, I wonder? Lamont says oh good, you're all here.
Alphino says who might your companions be?
Lamont says seeing as we needed information, I thought who better to get it from than the locals? These two hail from the villages we're thinking to visit.
Irinville says I give you credit for taking initiative.
Lamont says what do you mean, at least?
Hanu says I am honored that the third promise would seek my...
Philu says I, too, am happy to answer your questions. Any encounter might be an... Lamont says thank you both for your help.
Alphino says before we begin, there will doubtless be other occasions when we need to act independently, so I brought these for the...
Lamont says what's this?
Alphino says 'tis called a link pearl, a gemstone harvested from a special shell. When linked together, they allow people to communicate.
Lamont says is that so? What a handy thing to have. It'll be very useful on our travels. Speaking of which, I should get back to introducing my two new friends here.
Hanu says please.
Lamont says the Tili-Yolal saga features a number of Tural's clans. Two of those, the Hanu and the Pelupilu, have settlements relatively close to the city, so I brought a representative of each. As I mentioned before, the Hanu are cheerful people who love their festivals. They make their appearance in the Lay of Reeds, and their home village, Okanu, is located in Kazamuka. The other, smaller fellow is one of the Pelu, a clan of business-minded folk from Murkopacha. They appear in the Lay of Gold, and craft all kinds of marvelous goods in Wachanpiolo, their village. Now, as for deciding which village to visit first. Why don't you put that adventurer's instinct of yours to work for us, Haven? Pick our destination.
Upon completing this quest, the main scenario will branch into two quest paths. Accepting the quest from the helpful Hanu will temporarily prevent you from accepting the quest from the approachable Pelu, and vice versa. The second quest path will become available from the respective NPC once you have completed the series of quests from the first path. Furthermore, story elements and quest rewards will not be affected by your initial choice of path. Speak with the NPC you prefer, and embark on the trail for the rite of succession.
Alright, so we are going to go to, Hub for
The quest
Hanu.
to Urkopacha will become available once you have completed this quest series beginning with the helpful Hanu.
To Kozma? Is that what I decided I was going to do? Yep.
Hanu says so, what is it you'd like to know?
Lamont says the route to Okanu. We go south to the Arch of the Dawn, then follow the road which runs alongside the Kazamuka River, is that right?
Hanu says it is. Be warned, however, my brethren tell me the recent storm has rendered the path even muddier than usual. The footing is quite poor in some parts. Far worse was the destruction visited upon our homes, though. Houses were torn apart, and several people injured if not killed. Even our beloved festival is in danger of being called off this year. If you do still plan on going, I must urge you to proceed with caution.
Lamont says we'll be sure to watch our footing, thank you. Now I'm worried for the Hanu, it sounds like they were hit hard by that storm. Anyway, if we're bound for Kazamuka, we should head over to the Arch. We'll be back to talk to you in good time, Master Merchant. Meanwhile, you can eat and drink your village ball yaptai, it's all been arranged.
You have a blue quest for me.
Scout says you there. You are Haven Tier, are you not? The adventurer from across the salt who has been lending the third promise her strength? Then well met. To tell the truth, I have been meaning to make your acquaintance for some time. I have a proposition for you. You are familiar with the Eorzean hunt, yes? We have something very similar here in Tural, and, having heard much of your philanthropic spirit, not to mention your capacity for violence, we should very much like to recruit you to our cause. If you are interested, speak with my associate, Bologor. The Zbrawl is a master of the hunt, and administers to the bills in the square overlooking the port. Tell him the Wing of Protection recommends you.
Cool beans. Now, oh, that's literally right there.
Ogor says, what do we have here? Your posture could use some work, but you've got good eyes. Eyes that have seen a few things. You here to sign up? Hey, the Wing of Protection recommend you, do they? Well, we're always on the lookout for new hunters, and if you're good enough for Waklamart, you're good enough for us. Pleasure to have you with us, Haven. Suppose I better get down to the introductions. Or maybe I don't need to. This whole idea came from your side of the sea, after all. It was Koana who showed us your ways. Either way, I'll keep it brief. Our hunts work much the same way they do in Eorzea. We put a bounty on those beasts that prove themselves an enemy of the people. You kill them and bring us back the proof, you get your reward. While your reputation may precede you, rules are rules, and the rule is I have to test every hopeful out on beginner bills. Can't have every youngling with nothing to her name but a plowshare and a dream of glory skipping merrily away to her doom. Prove yourself in Tural and I'll give you some bigger, bittier fish to fry.
Dawn hunts are now available. Woohoo!
You are now able to undertake beginner Dawn Hunt mark bills from the Dawn Hunt board in Tural. Defeat the monsters described on the bills and you will be rewarded with tokens that can be exchanged for exclusive items. To exchange tokens for exclusive items, speak with Raya Uljai in Tural. New quests and intermediate Dawn Hunt mark bills will become available from Bologa upon reaching level 94 and fulfilling certain conditions within the main scenario.
Alright, so we are going straight down. I see where we're going on the map. I'm getting dangerously close to hitting 91. Which means I may have to pause so I can get something up to 90. Probably for you. One is my closest, I believe. Yeah.
Lamont says, are we all ready to leave? Then onward to Kazamuka. Open the way.
Kosamauka, the land of rainbow terraces. It commands the gaze of all who visit without fail. The many-colored marvel. An endless torrent of water cascades over sheer cliffs to shape the wetlands below. To its relentless flow, all life must yield. Together with Wuklamat, we proceeded along the marshy trail, a road upon which the Dawn Servant and his comrades once traveled.
Look at those falls. Even from this distance, you can feel the weight of that water.
The Isle of Ham was impressive, but as you can see, Tuliyola does not want for natural wonders.
The ground is swampy, so watch your step. You wouldn't want to fall into a bog.
I won't. I told you I've been here before. Come on. Okanu isn't much farther.
Earl says there is no stopping the third promise, is there? A good thing she has Erinville to keep her from getting lost. Alisaie says for all his grumbling, he's certainly there for her. Everyone should be so lucky to have such a loyal childhood friend. Alisaie says right, let's get moving. If we continue along this road, we should find ourselves in the village before long.
Wait, can I put stuff in that hotbar? The pet hotbar cannot be... Aww. That makes me sad. Need to turn on my normal map so I can see this. Okay. Is it above me, I'm guessing? To the northwest, yeah. So it's above me. I'm pretty sure I can hear it. Oh, it's on the ground. 300 to the straight south. You know what? I'm not gonna keep going for all the turns until I get, because I have a feeling I will make my way over here. I really get like next to no XP because of how low leveled I am. Alright, let's talk to Ironville.
Ironville says everyone has arrived, and none the worse for wear. Except for a certain third promise who slipped in the mud despite my explicit warnings.
Lamont says hey. I asked you not to say anything. Anyway, this is the Hanu village I was telling you about, Okanu. It's like our friend said. The people are in no mood for festivity. Curl says I can only assume they are still recovering from the damage wrought by the storm. Lamont says indeed. Well, let's do what we came to do.
Woman says oh Kali.
Lamont says uh-oh, what now?
Ironville says it's a Hanu greeting. Surely you heard it the last.
Lamont says well, I was busy enjoying the festival.
Zanuali says greetings to the third promise and her entourage. As elder of my people, I shall also be fulfilling the duties of elector during the rite of succession.
Lamont says so our idea about the electors was correct. We just do as Papa said, and retrace his. I'm ready. Give me the feat and test my worth.
Zanuali says all in good time, all in good time. In fact, I came to let you know that we are. For the moment, please enjoy the hospitality of our.
Lamont says should we poke around a bit, then? We might pick up some clues about the feat. You know. Alice says that's surprisingly prudent of you. Lamont says what? You think I'm being too cautious? Alice says no, I'm impressed, is all. You admire and respect your father, who is prone to decisive action, so I expected you to rush in. Lamont says I do look up to Papa, but you should know that he has a pragmatic side too. The head of reason is the thinker who takes time to consider all the possibilities. With the long naps he takes these days, though, the head of resolve is less restrained by his wisdom. I can't fault you for thinking that's all there is to him, but there's more to the Dawn servant you've seen thus far.
Alphino says I should like to speak with the head of reason one.
Lamont says well, I'm sure you'll catch him away.
Ironville says to return to the subject at hand, you wish to take a look around Ilkhanu, then? Do some ground.
Lamont says something like that. I mean, I could probably pass this test with my eyes closed, but it'll keep us busy.
Alphino says what Lamont is the right of it. As Elder Zanuali is a resident of this village, learning more about it can only improve our chance. Might I suggest a division of forces? For instance, Irinville, Alizé, and Kyle could concentrate on the southern half of the city. Meanwhile, Waklamart, Haven, and myself will handle the...
Lamont says sounds good to me.
Kuna Harley says welcome, welcome. I'm glad to say that the damage from the storm has been repaired, and our stores are open for business. If you have any bicolor gemstones to trade, I'd love to take a look.
You now have access to this region's successful. The gaping hole in the wall and missing portion of the roof are clearly the work of the storm's powerful winds. Repairs appear to be ongoing.
Hanu says. You heard about the storm? I've never seen the likes of it before. With the supplies and help the Dawn servant sent, we're making progress repairing and rebuilding our homes. But while roofs and walls can be patched, there is so much else that was lost for good.
Lamont says a lot of houses are still damaged, and the Hanu I've spoken to are not their usual cheery selves. That storm broke more than wooden reeds. There must be something I can do to help them. I'm going to look around a bit more.
The dry and shrunken bundles suggest the reeds were harvested some time ago. Woven from reeds, this boat-like vessel is reminiscent of a bird. The beak and feathered tail in particular stand out.
Alphino says this boat must be woven from the same reeds I've seen gathered into bundles here and there. The plants hold both practical and cultural significance to the Hanu, then.
Curl says hello, can you all hear me? I'm told they're ready to receive us now. Come to the large building in the south of the village. Lamont says on my way.
Alphino says we ought to hurry over, too.
No sign of Zorolja or that oversized lout.
How much easier it would be if Soralja were to fail here. But that isn't likely to happen.
Honored guests, I am Zanuhali, Elder of the Hanu. I am also an elector, charged with judging which among you is worthy of ascending the throne. Without further ado, let us talk of the feat.
Not so fast. Surely you couldn't begin without us.
You made it after all.
No need to fuss. There is no time limit for this challenge. Now, if you would allow me to proceed. It is here, in Okanu, where my people forged a bond with the Dawn Servant during our own chapter of the Tuli Yolal saga. In homage to those events, I have prepared for you the Feat of Reeds.
Reeds seem to be of great importance to the Hanu. I wonder what this feat entails.
We use reeds in every part of our lives, be it as food or weaving material. But look around the nearby paddies, and you will see that this season, our crops are failing. How fortunate, then, that my appointment to Elector coincided with this predicament. For surely, those who aspire to be Dawn Servant would find the matter of an ailing harvest a mere trifle to resolve.
Aye, well, it is indeed the duty of a ruler to address the people's woes.
Exactly, exactly. Do well in this, and you will earn my keystone.
Why bother mucking about in the mud when we can take the stone by force?
Oh, mercy me! You are a hot-headed fellow, Bakul Jaja. Some electors may enjoy going toe-to-toe with scrappers like you, but I refuse to entertain your base instincts. Arrangements have been made. Should you attempt to engage a feat giver in combat without their consent, word of your immediate disqualification will be sent to the palace. If you're still feeling feisty, then by all means, draw your weapon.
This contest is presided over by cowards. There's no sport in fighting you.
Then we can return to the business of earning my keystone. The Feat of Reeds is begun. Claimants, I wish you the best of luck.
The clever kitty crossed the seas to study foreign novelties. He might know tricks we don't. Tricks we can use.
What of Little Miss Mittens?
You know the answer to that. Compared to the first and second promise, she's a distant third. Not even in the running.
Then we see eye to eye on this, brother. Being Bakul Jaja so long with me has rubbed off on you. These allies of hers, though, they might be a problem.
Damn it! I'm just as qualified to be here as they are. I'll show them.
Easy now. There's no time limit, remember? Let's keep calm and think things through.
Right. You're right. I won't win against that lumbering Vidrol by losing my head.
Lamont says I don't know the first thing about farming, but if there's a way to save the harvest and help the Hanu, then we're going to find it.
Read just next.
Lamont says I'll make Bakul Jaja eat his words.
Alphino says understanding the nature of the problem will be the key to solving it. We need to examine the reeds themselves, and then deduce the cause of their poor condition. Irinville, will you take us to the fields where the reeds are grown? Irinville says of course. Follow me.
$400 to the northeast.
Lamont says you can all stand back. I'll get to the bottom of this problem in no time.
Irinville says give me strength. Let's all of us scour the fields and help our bold leader identify anything unusual.
As Zanihali described, the reeds appear wilted and unhealthy. The water contains no obvious contaminants, and looks fresh and clear at a cursory glance. The soil in the paddies is as one would expect. Rich in color and suitably moist, not dry nor flaky. A small frog catches your eye. Strangely lackadaisical, it doesn't even bother to hop when it eventually scurries away.
Lamont says seen enough? I'll call everyone together, and we can share our discoveries. Well, what do we think? Any obvious Curl says I agree, the waters look to be of good quality, as does the mud in which the reeds have been planted.
Iringville says the frogs and insects are unusually torpid. This suggests the problem is affecting not only the reeds, but also the creatures with. Alphino says could something invisible to the naked eye be polluting? Iringville says we would need an alchemist to know for certain.
Lamont says I don't have much to add about the fields, but something else occurs to me. When you were describing how the creatures seemed lifeless, I couldn't help but be reminded of all the listless villagers. They've suffered a terrible tragedy, I know, but there is another reason for their flagging spirits, I believe.
Alphino says go on.
Lamont says the festival. This is traditionally an occasion for celebration and renewal, so without it, the Hanu are struggling even more. The last time I visited, the village was in the middle of the festivities. You'll never see the Hanu more joyful and alive. It's an indispensable part of their culture, and its absence will only compound their woes. So I say we help them put on their festival, give them a reason to cheer in these sad times. Who knows? Maybe fixing one problem could lead us to a solution for the other. Right?
Iringville says I fail to see the relation between festival. Alphino says let's not be too hasty in dismissing the idea. Things which seem unrelated can later prove to be connected in.
Krill says true. And being bereft of ideas as we are, any proposal.
Iringville says I suppose.
Alizé says besides, this is Wooklamot's journey. It's only right that Lamont says thanks, everyone. By the way, does anyone know where the festival float is? It's like a boat woven from reeds that looks like a bird.
Yep, I do know where that is.
In that big building to the north? Let's go and see it.
Iringville says there's much less debate when I'm traveling.
It's true though.
Lamont says yes, this is the float I remember. Krill says does it not appear somewhat damaged to you? We should take a closer look.
Inspect the festival float. You may move the camera, as well as
missing an eye. That's the first thing I noticed.
Oh dear, one of the bird's eyes seems to be missing a gemstone. Alize says, oh, that's definitely broken. How will they lift this great big vessel without all the carrying poles intact? Lamont says these tail feathers have seen better days. I swear the colors were a lot brighter the last time I saw them. Well, I think we can all agree this bird boat is in dire need of repairs. Now, how do we go about fixing it?
Hanyu says, what is going on here?
Curl says we were admiring your festival float. 'Tis a shame it's in such a poor state. Due to the recent storm.
Hanu says yes, we had to leave it exposed while we ushered our people to safety. With the float in this condition, there can be no lifting of wings. No Ihana.
Lamont says Ihana. That's what the festival was called. I want to.
Hanu says, have you not seen our village? Homes are ruined, we're struggling to make repairs, and you want us to hold a harvest festival?
Lamont says I know how it sounds. But giving into misery never improved anyone's situation. A celebration of life and growth may help give you the strength to work through this tragedy.
Hanu says the role of festival leader is mine this year, and there's nothing I would like more than to lift everyone's spirits. But we don't even have enough materials to repair the float. We need a bokixa for the missing eye, uyuipo wood for the poles, and feathers from the winds chosen to adorn the tail.
Irinville says 2 of these I know. A bokixa is a type of precious stone used in arcane equipment, and ipo wood is essential for crafting ceremonial instruments.
Hanu says the winds chosen is the victor of a competition in which the contestants see who can blow a feather the furthest using wind magics. And that's something of a problem right now. We Hanu are gifted at employing such airy sorceries, but expend a great deal of mana when doing so. We are soon exhausted by the effort, and having no reeds to eat will only make it harder.
Irinville says I think I understand. Your vibrant reeds grow quickly and vigorously, so much so that they stifle the development of nearby plants. They must be a potent source of the energy.
Hanu says they are indeed. Owing to the poor harvest this year, we've been left enervated. And if we cannot gather the correct materials as dictated by custom, we cannot repair the festival float.
Alphino says, oddly enough, we may have just stumbled. The winds chosen would, by necessity, have a natural gift for manipulating magical energies. Which means any feathers taken from the victor should be high in ethereal conduct. The float's construction also requires a stone used in arcane equipment, as well as timber favored for ceremonial tools. The demand for such specific materials must have an under.
We continue.
I imagine you've already reached the same conclusion, but I believe this boat of reeds is in fact an arcane focus of some kind.
Stop training.
Lamont says a focus? For what? Oh. That must mean the float was made to encourage healthy crops. So, if we repair the boat and hold the festival, its arcane powers might fix what's wrong with the reeds.
Alphino says we won't know until we try, but 'tis a sound theory. Celebration, prayer, ritual ceremonies, these have all been known.
Hanu says wait. The float, a tool for magic?
Alphino says in the beginning, it may well not have been. After a good harvest year, there would be no reason to change it. But when the harvest was poor, new adornments were likely added, and those who performed the labor may have imbued their work with ardent hopes for a brighter future. Alphino says through years of trial and error, the Hanu would have refined their festival float into a focus for harvest.
Lamont says incredible. I know you're practically fainting from hunger, but reviving Ayahana really does sound like the solution to all your woes. And I promise, we'll do everything in our power to help you.
Hanu says I'm still not convinced about this focus business, but I accept your aid nonetheless. I will introduce you to the shipwright who's been maintaining the float these last few years. He's replaced both the eyes and the poles before, so he should know where and how to procure what we need.
Alphino says then allow Alize and I to acquire the feathers. We will encourage the people of Okanu to gather and vie for the title of Winds Chosen by sharing with them our own reserves of mana. Ironville says I'll go with you. I carry some alchemical brews that may afford us.
Lamont says the three of us will visit the shipwright, then.
Hanu says not without me. I've worked hard to fix the float as best I can, and the responsibility is mine.
Lina Hanu says I've not introduced myself.
Lamont says nice to meet you, Linu Hanu. And sir.
Freezing cold today. My window is closed.
Curl says thanks to work Lamont, we've found ourselves a promising way forward. Experience and knowledge are valuable assets, but there is something to be said for following one's instincts.
Lina Hanu says the shipwright's name is Wikivu. He's a Jbrawl who only moved to Kozamuka a few years ago, but has since mastered our customs to an almost frightening degree. He's especially strict when it comes to manners, so make sure to offer him a proper Hanu greeting. We wouldn't want to offend him right before asking a favor.
Lamont says a proper Hana greeting? Oh, that one. Lamont says don't worry, I remember how it goes.
Lina Hanu says then we shouldn't have any problems. Let's head to Arkbekby, to the east of here. This is Arkbekby, the village of all. Those who drift into Kozamuka from Tuliolal and elsewhere are welcome to live here alongside the Hanu. As for Wikivu, he lives and works in the House of Waters High, at the top of that large tree nearby. Follow me, but I should warn you, the climb up the stairs can be challenging.
What do you want with me?
Right. The greeting. Oho Kali!
Oh, Kali! Good. You brought your manners with you. When you know Kanu, do as the Hanu do. For a country as diverse as ours, the preservation of harmony demands that we respect the cultures of all peoples who call it home.
Well, that explains your familiarity with Hanu customs. And you speak truth, of course. To live together means to learn about each other.
Ah, I appreciate an open mind. In fact, I get the sense we've met before. You're Wu Clement. Oh, what an unexpected honor for old Wokavu. Here I am prattling on about manners, and I've gone and insulted the third promise herself. There is no excuse for this betrayal of etiquette. Please, take up your axe and claim my impudent head!
I will not. Keep your head. I hate formalities anyway, so forget about it, alright?
Alright then. Consider it forgotten.
How prompt.
We're actually here about the Ihihana float. It's in bad shape, and we need you to craft new carrying poles and a new eye. I'm told you work with Uyuipo wood and a certain kind of stone? Abokisha?
That I do. But while I would like nothing more than to offer my services, I just used the last I had of both those materials. My lumber in particular went to fixing homes damaged by the recent storm. I'll need 10 days or so to restock.
We can't wait that long. If you tell me where to go, I'll gather them myself.
What? Send the third promise out on an errand like some common lackey? That's utterly unconscionable. A gross violation of social protocol.
I told you not to worry about such things.
All right then. I shan't worry a whit. What's with your Hanu friend there?
I am festival leader this season, and have come along to oversee the float's repair. As strange as it may sound, Wuklamat and her friends believe the float is an arcane focus, meant to encourage the growth of our struggling reeds.
Too many Hanu have forgotten, it seems. But that is indeed the true purpose of the lifting of wings. Your education is impressive, Third Promise.
Well, maybe a little.
Allow me to show you where to procure Uyuipo. We can leave the Abokisha to your friends, I presume? Take yourself to Cave Kikitola, or thereabouts, and you should find the stones you need.
I've been there once or twice. I can guide you.
That should save us some time.
All right then. Let's get moving.
Chosen one of your rivals is making progress.
Ihiana, you say? Should our first choice fail to deliver, it might be wise to let this play out. The third-rate promise is making herself useful after all.
Linahanu says Cave Kikitola is southwest of Okanu. We can return to the village first, then head there on foot.
And where was 58 to the northwest? It was like right here. 58, I should see it. That's inside that building. Oh, it's right there. That's northeast.
Curl says southwest of here, was it? Let us be on our way.
445 to the southwest. Well, that's ironic. I'm going southwest, so...
Lina Hanu says Cave Kikitola, as promised. Home to many deadly creatures. Venture inside if you feel confident, but I will conduct my own search out here. Lina Hanu says you can spot raw Bokiksa by its green-hued glimmer. Bring anything matching that description to me.
Curl says I shall help scour the inside of the cave, then. You take the west half and I'll take the east.
I need to probably go inside the cave.
Upon closer inspection, you find that the glimmer you spied was just light reflecting off the water. You find a chunk of stone glowing a distinct shade of green. This seems like the exact kind of mineral Linuhanu was looking for.
One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Lina Hanu says I picked over the ground near the entrance but found nothing. Did you have better luck inside the cave?
I did.
Yes, this is a Bokiksa. Along with Kryle's contribution, we have more than enough for our needs. The stones you've brought shine very brightly. I thank you both. He would have been happy to know we were putting things right. Truth be told, a good friend of mine was meant to be festival leader for this year's Iona. But when that big storm hit, he did not survive. It fell to me to carry on in.
Curl says that was why you agreed to Wuklamat's request, despite your initial reluctance.
Lina Hanu says yes. It hurt to hear, but she was right. Though I must mourn, her words made me realize that the path to my recovery, our recovery, is already laid out before me. And I will walk it. For my...
Curl says thank you for sharing your story with us. Please, rest assured that we've taken your plight to heart. I'm certain our companions are procuring the other materials as we speak. Everything will come together, and the Hanu shall host a splendid, uplifting festival.
Lina Hanu says that we shall.
Curl says with that, let us return and deliver the Abokixa into Wokivu's way.
Ivu says thanks to the third promise and her mighty swings, we've collected some suitable logs of Iapo. What of the Abokixa? Yes, these are excellent samples. A goodly quantity, too. At this stage, you've likely surmised that the lifting of wings encourages the crops to grow, but not exactly how, eh? Well, you're in for a treat. If all goes to plan, the results should be spectacular. Now, to get to work crafting these pieces for the float. I could use an assistant versed in the arcane arts to enhance the IPO's conductivity.
Curl says then I'd be delighted to help. Everyone else should head back to Okanu. We'll join you at the float once the work here is complete.
Excuse me.
Lamont says gathering the Uyuipo was a trial in and of itself. At first, Wookievu criticized everything I did. Then he suddenly yelled I've spoken ill of the third promise and must punish myself. And proceeded to slam his head into an Uyuipo tree. I told him not to worry about it, again, and it was like snuffing out a candle. He's an odd one, that's for sure. At least we've seen to the poles and the new eye. Now we just have to wait for the feathers from the twins.
Lena.
Lamont says we should get some rest before the excitement begins.
Gossiper says over there, by the float, isn't that the third promise? Then the rumors are true. She's trying to complete the feat of reeds by... Rumormonger says the festival is a prayer for healthy crops, but does she honestly believe that will be enough to save our heart? The second promise, meanwhile, barely glanced at the fields before leaving Okanu altogether. Maybe we ask too much of our... Gossiper says, oh, I wouldn't be too quick to count Koana out. A friend of mine overheard him muttering by the reeds. Something about... Rumormonger says, is that so? Perhaps we'll get to see another of his...
Lamont says, hey, that sounds like our Koana. One look at the reeds was all he needed to think up.
Lena Hanyu says, be that as it may, our own solution.
Lamont says indeed. As soon as the others get back, our long-awaited...
Alphino says it took some doing, but we managed to gather competitors to vie for the title of Winds Chosen. The winner was only too happy to donate.
Alize says you should have seen it. He called forth an incredible gust that sent his feather sailing for Ma. We had a turn ourselves, but it's more difficult than it looks. Poor Erinville's twirled in the air for a moment before landing on his foot.
Erinville says I am a gleaner. Magic is not...
Curl says as for us we've brought the wood and gemstone replacements crafted by Wookievu. All that's left is to attach them.
Evul says has it been decided who will ride the float?
Lamont says Papa was the guest of honor the last time I was here. I remember being surprised they could even lift the thing with his hulking weight on top of it.
Lina Hanyu says the rider must be a personage of great esteem, which is why an invitation is usually extended to the Dawn Servant. This time, however,
Lamont says, oh, who is it?
Lina Hanyu says our beloved Ayana, the lifting of wings, is only being held because of you and your companions. Thus do I nominate you, Waklam.
Lamont says, huh? Me? This boat won't make me seasick, will it?
Lina Hanyu says I don't think so.
Lamont says then weigh anchor. I can hardly refuse a request from one even more enthusiastic about the festival. I would be delighted to ride your float.
Lina Hanyu says thank you, Waklamart. I have roles for the rest of you as well. We'll be carrying the festival float in a slow procession towards Kazanuaki, where the sacred likeness of Kashiihi is inscribed. What I'd like you to do is clear the path of dangerous wildlife, so that the procession can move along unimpeded. Alphino says consider it done.
Lamont says you expect me to sit still until Wookieeboo has finished with the float? Let me come along and help with the clearing.
Ironville says as you know, I'm not much for fighting. I'll stay behind and assist Wookieeboo. Lina Hanyu says if you aren't sure where you need to go, the path I spoke of begins at the south of the village and branches off to the east. That will lead you across the bridges to the stride of the sun. Alphino says then we shall see to clearing it end to end.
Lamont says as Lina Hanyu said, Kazanuaki should be down this way, then off to the east when the path branches. Then something about bridges and the stride of the sun? Lamont says anyway, let's split up and get to work. Once you've culled all the threats you can find, we'll meet up in front of Kashiihi.
That's right. A phone call. I have to take this call. Hello? Yes, it is. Alright, I am back. Sorry about that, everybody. Oh no, I died. Right, so... Yeah, I see your message. Thank you about that. Sorry I was away for 10 minutes. I did have to take an emergency phone call. Yeah, it was a work emergency, so I had to deal with that. Normally they don't call on weekends. But the next quest is straight ahead. Walk the map right there. Wonder why walk the map's sitting right there. Because he doesn't. He's over leveled.
Lamont says you were a step ahead of us.
Alphino says this must be the likeness of Kasha-Ihi.
Lamont says the Hanu deity of the harvest.
Alphino says one of the ancients' creations. 'Tis possible a vestigial memory of that time endured. A subconscious recollection from the inheriting soul providing the basis for an entirely new religion.
Lamont says I have no idea what that means. As far as I know, Kasha-Ihi was worshipped on another continent. This ancient faith was then brought to Tural by the first Hanu.
Alphino says the Hanu migrated here from another continent. Then mayhap the two do share.
Alize says this is all very fascinating, but shouldn't we be getting back to Lanuhanu? He'll want to know the path is safe for the procession. Lamont says right, and I need to ride on the float. I'll run ahead and tell him we're done.
PPG, how was your stream yesterday? Because I think I saw that you went live yesterday afternoon. Unless I'm thinking of somebody else, and that's entirely possible.
Not sure we heard you right, old man. Why don't you say that again?
As many times as you'd like. The third promise tasked me with repairing this float, and I'll not relinquish it to an uncultured brute like you. Much less one that can't even manage a simple greeting.
We wanted to handle this in a civilized way, but we're more than willing to kill you.
We have a two-headed problem. Yes, please hurry. She's on her way back already?
Stand back, Wukevu! I will protect the float!
Are you trying to be brave, little bird?
I could never have repaired the float alone. Not properly. But thanks to Wuklamat and her friends, we can hold Ihihana again! This is a priceless treasure! And as festival leader, I would die to protect it!
Very well, if that's what you want.
Cha-cha! Everything into that blow.
Good. The better for you to understand the gulf between us.
But you need more lessons. We'll carve them into your mangy hide until you cry and beg forgiveness.
Your brilliant plan was to steal the float and take the credit. The so-called blessed siblings are nothing but cheats.
Your scorn is sweet music. Come, weaklings. We'll crush you each in turn. Or all together, if you like.
Calm yourself, Chosen One. If you fight in earnest, this will end in a massacre. What's more, we have word that our other prospect is on the verge of success.
Then it would be foolish to expend effort sweating nuts. Lucky for you. Eh?
Ugh, two heads. I see Mamuk still clings to that loathsome hope.
Talk to us, Third Promise. You're not dying, are you?
It'll take more than that to kill me. So, are we having this festival or not?
Yes! Yes, we are!
Alright, that's
Lina Hanyu says thank you for coming to our rescue. Lina Hanyu says I tried to protect the float, but against that two-head. I may as well have not been there at all.
Lamont says nonsense. You stood your ground and bought us the time we needed to make it back. You were incredibly brave.
Ivu says with that exciting interlude over, you'll be pleased to know that my repairs are finished as well. Before we commence the festival, however, it would be a courtesy to inform the villagers that Ayana will be held after all. Ivu says go forth, but do not forget your greetings. At this stage, I should hope the reminder is unnecessary.
Lamont says oh Hokali. See? I remember.
The 24 Afia Toros hides you put up for sale in the Limsalo Minsa markets have sold for 17,100 gil. After fees, the 20 Afia Toros hides you put up for sale in the Limsalo Minsa markets have sold for 14,250 gil. After fees, the 20 Afia Toros hides you put up for sale in the Limsalo Minsa markets have sold for 14,250 gil. After fees.
Wow. I am taking a screenshot of that. Now let's reduce that back down to what it was before.
Hanu says without Ayana, life feels so empty.
With the chat mode in say.
Oh, that is not how you say that.
Hanu says oh Hokali. Thank you for letting me know. I would very much like to attend the festival, but the repairs should be finished as soon as possible. What to do? What to do? Hanu
with
Hanu says oh Hokali. The festival is about to begin. What do you expect me to say? Besides, of course I'll be there. Cleaning up the storm's aftermath may have been hard on us all, but the lifting of wings is tradition. And a joyous one at that. I won't sit here brooding my days away. Give me a moment to get ready.
Oh, I'm going to queue up for MSQ. No, we're going to do trial.
Hanu says oh Hokali. What? The float is fixed? Our fallen friends would be glad to know that Ayana will soon be underway. They would have wanted us to honor them with celebration, not let their loss deter us from it. I must go and enjoy the festival for those who no longer can. I'll be
Damn indeed, Tia. Like, I don't know how many actually got sold, but that was a lot.
Ivu says the Hanu were pleased to hear their festival was going ahead, I imagine. Ivu says that as well. Once your friends return, the lifting of wings can begin at last.
So few have come.
Patience. Once Ihihana gets underway, no Hanu will be able to resist joining in.
Just so. Ukewu knows well the heart of the Hanu. Have faith, Third Promise, and climb aboard the float. It is time for the lifting of wings.
Right. Off we go.
Abukabum Lamia says hello hello.
Huan Lamia says lolly ho, everyone.
Scylla says hi.
Kulin Ultros says oh slash.
Abukabum Lamia says oh yay, this guy.
Vesper Leviathan says I don't remember D.
Huan Lamia says zoo bother. This guy stinks.
Proudfoot Hyperion says hey everyone. First time here. Watch the guide.
Abukabum Lamia says knockback cleaves from the corner when he flies over.
Huan Lamia says brother.
Proudfoot Hyperion says forgive me if I die during platform rotation low.
The end is come, and it will be beautiful. The marvels of Circus will display things.
Okay.
Malice, become flesh. To see the end. Soon, my holdover zodiac shall be complete. Mine or mine. Ha 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 ha. I am become Zodiac. The natural order has returned. All in existence bent to my will. My life's work, my masterpiece. How I had waited for this day. The great cataclysm, faithfully recreated. The broken skies fall tears of flame. All shall burn. I have no need for restraint.
God.
Will you live to see the
Red
end?
Moss says hiya. Kulin Ultra says resurrecting Blue Esper Leviathan. Rebna says I see that. Not sure how well the internet at the Airbnb will hold up with both FF14 and VC.
Abukabam Lamia says nice run.
Huan Lamia says nice run. Tithe. D.
Proudfoot Hyperion says thank you so much. Scylla says GG. Thank you everyone.
Evu says the Hanu were pleased to hear their festival was going ahead, I imagine. That is well. Once your friends return, the lifting of wings can begin at last.
So few have come.
Patience. Once Ihihana gets underway, no Hanu will be able to resist joining in.
Just so. Ukevu knows well the heart of the Hanu. Have faith, Third Promise, and climb aboard the float. It is time for the lifting of wings.
Right. Off we go.
Ihihana is a prayer for bountiful harvest. But this is not its only meaning. It is also an exchange of pledges between rider and
Rebna says
bearers,
VN on phone without hearing
commitment to a long
FF14?
and fruitful
Notkas.
friendship.
Listen well, friends! The personage we bear today is Wuklamat, the savior of our beloved festival! Let your shoulders burn, or your feathers fall out, but do not even think of dropping her! Ready and...
I could get used to this.
Will empty bellies stop you from joining in the fun? Come and help us carry the float!
Well, well, well. To see the day that Dawn's promise would ride our boat again. We've not had the honor since you were here, Gulul Jaja.
Right, we've enough bearers now. Onwards to Kozanuaki!
Watch well, for you are about to bear witness to the true glory of Ihihana. The float draws upon our life force, concentrating and amplifying the energy. Kishaihi then receives that energy and expels it in a great burst, where it showers down upon the land to replenish its vital
Didn't think you actually were joining.
We'll see how long. Everything is so tiny.
Your what?
Everything is so tiny.
Oh, on your laptop?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess you don't. I guess you didn't expand over your hard and everything over, did you?
Nope. Nope. Why would I?
No, that makes sense.
It worked.
Like a literal charm.
The
So,
float really was helping the reeds.
What was I gonna say?
That was amazing.
Yeah, I am,
To
according
think that
to
such a thing was
ChatGPT,
even possible.
I am, based off of what they researched, like what they said, I am 51 hours. If I played non-stop, no sleep, no work, no nothing. No, not even a bathroom break. I'm 51 hours from reaching 7.3. Even though 7.3 is not out yet.
Lamont says, should I have left the float behind like that? I was so excited to see the reeds.
Lina Hanu says, nothing to worry yourself over. My brethren have been swept up by festival fever. Last I saw, they were taking turns at the carrying poles on the way back to the village.
Let's see.
On the quest, what's it called? Knowing the Anahanu?
Yep.
Because you know how you have to do one part and then there's other part? This is the first part.
Please, feel free to look over the fields and enjoy the sight of what you've accomplished.
15 ether coins. That's not cool.
Oh yeah, it's a new expansion.
Some of them still look a bit sickly.
I imagine even the harvest magic has its limits. If the Hanu continue their festival tradition year after year, though, the entire field should eventually recover.
Where does that leave us with the feet, then?
You've got nothing to fear on that account. Our situation could never have resolved itself. The revival of even a single reed would have served to demonstrate your commitment to the task.
He's not that bad.
That you recognize the nature of the float and found a near-perfect solution in Ihihana proves your dedication. What's more, I don't think I've seen the festival produce such impressive results since I was a mere chirper. We have been lax in maintaining the float, diluting its magic and reducing Ihihana to hollow theater. But today's events remind us of the power in tradition.
Kona!
I was delayed by an unpleasant encounter, but it seems I arrived at a good time.
Oh shit, something I could put my laptop in. She was like bending over. Let's see.
That's a lot of corn.
Isn't that wonderful?
What? You just pour in some mystery liquid and problem solved?
Stagnant ether was to blame for the reed's poor condition. I assumed that was an alchemical concoction which enhances ethereal conductivity.
Voice actor change in
It
Dawntrail
utilized
because
the flowing water as an ethereal current, thereby promoting the transfer of life energies.
Which brother?
What?
A method I could
Your
not
brother's
devise
being a
without
dick.
the education I received at
The
the storm
two-headed one.
and the
Walk
cooperation
about
of
the
my
two-headed
Arkham
one.
allies.
He's kind of a dick. But yeah, did Alphinaud's
Archon allies?
voice actor change?
I don't think so.
No? It just sounds
See,
way
Lamachi,
different. I guess
this
it
is why we
was
need to embrace foreign knowledge and technology.
Endwalker was what, 4 years ago?
Employed appropriately, they make light work
So
of what would
maybe
otherwise
that's
be arduous labor. There's no need to lug around heavy floats.
Well, you always were the clever one, brother.
Haven't you lag?
Your
So I try
approach
a
was no less
dungeon?
effective, Wooklamat. It
You
achieved
what?
the same result.
Indeed,
I was
indeed.
debating whether or not I should
And
try
you
a
enjoyed the
dungeon.
festival, yes?
Yeah.
I did.
I don't
It
even
was
know
so
when my
much
next
fun.
dungeon. I think my first dungeon
Having
is
visited your village before,
a
I
local
thought I knew everything
Kaltu,
about it.
is like 8
As it
quests
turns
away.
out, I knew very little about the reeds,
Damn.
about Ihihana.
It's 1191 dungeon is the first one for Dawntrail.
With all I've learned this time, I feel as though I've really come to know the Hanu. And I like you even more now than I did before.
Oh my god, some of the laptop is going off.
The feeling is mutual. And it's not just you who had a lot to learn either.
Father.
I'll never look at our float the same way again.
The two of you have exceeded
Something is missing from my bar and I don't know what it
and
is.
claim your stones.
Oh yeah, limit break.
Kick Haven T out of the Novice Network.
Nope, you're a mentor now.
Kicked out all the time. If I go away for like 5 minutes, I'm kicked out of the Novice Network, especially like the more follow it is, the faster you get kicked. I've noticed.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Alright.
A perfect fit. That leaves 6 more.
Yeah, when
Find
I came
out.
on the next morning, there was only 16 mentors on when I came on this
Not
morning.
even a moment of celebration.
Jesus.
That's Kona for you.
The third promise? You must join us for Ihihana next season. As Dawn Servant, of course.
So what is the train station?
It's back to Tulihiola for now.
It's not really a train station.
Oh.
Thank you for having us. I look
You
forward to
always
seeing
call
you
it a
all
train
again.
station.
I call it the train station, but it's not actually a train station.
Oh, but is it a dungeon? Is it a trial? Is it a raid?
It's a level 100 dungeon.
100 dungeon. Oh, okay.
These are interesting
You
times
two
indeed.
work together.
Yes.
Did you come home what tonight?
No. This weekend.
No.
This weekend.
The concoction was brewed by
Yeah,
I'm not back, and
It's a test vial.
I'm not back
but it
home till
should
the
contain the
21st.
same reagents.
Oh, I thought you were only gone for 1 week.
No.
I thought
Oh
you were
my
only
god,
gone.
I'm really awake.
We'll use whatever we
I
must
thought
to
you were only
win.
gone for 1 week.
For win we must.
Oops. I forgot to turn off cutscenes. Oops.
Lamont says my journey has just started and already I've met so many wonderful people.
You going back out?
For one, he's a bit eccentric, but everyone could stand to be as respectful of other cultures as he is.
Okay.
And Linuhanu, it warmed my heart to see him honor his departed friend through Ayahana, and to help others do the same. I can't help but feel excited thinking who else I might meet over the course of the contest. Come on, let's head back to Shbalyavtai.
I should have turned off everybody's graphics before this.
Yeah. Oh, you know what's funny? So the funny, I did, yesterday when I was on stream. You know the Rare Fate Dave in just south of where's Dave? Dave is just south of the Great Work in Thavnia.
Yep.
So I did that on stream yesterday. Because I don't have everybody's graphics turned off, my FPS dropped from 75 to 14.
Yikes.
Yep. And I don't know how to turn off the graphics, and I don't want to ask the novice at first because that's a dumb question. But yeah, when I was fighting Dave, my FPS dropped to 14 because I was streaming. If I wasn't streaming, it would have been probably up to at least 30.
Lamont says, and just like that, we found an elector and won our first keystone. I knew I was right to trust your instincts. Come on. Let's keep things moving, and march onwards to Urkopacha.
Irinville says chances are good we'll find an elector there as well. Before we do anything, however, we should see what your opportunistic Pilu friend has to say.
Pilu says I've been waiting for what feels like days, and eaten enough of Prathikibu's tacos to feed an army. What is it you'd like to know?
Irinville says our main concern was confirming the state of the road ahead.
Thank you, Tia. Thank you.
As I recall, to reach Urkopacha, we depart from the Arch of the Dawn,
Tia,
then take the road west at the first fork. Should we be wary of anything along the way?
Pilu says that is indeed the way to Urkopacha. After the damage wrought by the recent downpour, however, you'll be doing more stumbling than walking.
Of course, I say that in...
Pilu says, but do take heart. When it comes to rugged terrain, we have a most dependable solution available. Come with me.
So, character config. Character. Actually, I'll keep PvP on because I don't need this. Were you able to hear Revna in the background before she muted herself? bonus to run out. Sad face. Okay.
May I introduce to you our most dependable companion, the alpaca. These animals can traverse or Kopach's steep mountain trails as if they were gentle fields, and all while carrying heavy loads. Our merchants would be lost without them. Curl says so they fill much the same niche as our chocobos back home. Lamont says you don't have alpacas in Eorzea?
Irinville says alpacas are native to Tural. Eorzea has its chocobos, and the eastern lands have their horses. Why go to the trouble of breeding another pack beast in a place which ill suits its qualities and where it is?
Lamont says but must we ride these little monsters? Curl says I get the impression you aren't fond of alpaca. Lamont says when I was small, and being a bit naughty, I went around pulling on their wool. One of them spat on me, and it was the foulest stench you can imagine. Curl says haha, I see. Alize says what are they like to ride?
Irinville says alpacas bred as mounts are inquisitive and docile. Even those without experience.
Lamont says we're really doing this, then. Philou says so, was my information useful to you? Lamont says yes, very helpful. Even if it... Philou says good. I'll take my payment now. Lamont says you want me to pay you? Lamont says, I guess I should have expected as much from a Pelu merchant. Let me see what I have.
Irinville says the Pelu value the act of spreading joy through trade, as you should know. They take pride in making deals that benefit.
Lamont says here you go. A fair price for your... Philou says yes. I made a trade with the third promise herself. My friends, I shall be on my way now. I wish you safe travel. Lamont says off you go then, and thank you. Lamont says I better not get spit on again.
Irinville says you brought that on yourself. Remain calm and gentle.
Lamont says I'm still not happy about this. But if we need to ride alpacas to reach your Kopacha, then that's what...
Turali poets of yore sang of a mountain that would stand tall, even should all other lands sink beneath the sea. Indomitable and eternal, it arises from Urkopacha, the 100 peaks of time. Of all the beasts which crawl and fly, only the legendary Valigarmanda could hope to disturb the summit's serene majesty. Yet, with that flying calamity imprisoned by the Dawn Serpent, what great feat remains for those who would claim the throne?
So this is Urkopacha. I've never actually been here before.
The air is so crisp and clear.
Mountains everywhere you look.
That one massive peak in particular has quite the presence. It puts me in mind of Som Al.
That is Workor Sornor, the tallest mountain in Tural. Its sheer height makes it an imposing climb. But there are other reasons the ambitious keep their distance.
Oh? Do tell.
Where to begin?
Excuse me, but you're Wook Lamat, are you not? I hadn't thought to encounter one of the Dawn's promise here of all places. But I should introduce myself. I am Bol Nok, a weaver by trade.
Well met, Bolnok. We're on our way to Watrin Pello.
Oh, truly, I've just come from there, as it happens. I'd asked the Pelu Pelu who sell me their wool to give me a tour of their alpaca ranch. The head rancher and I shared a bottle of mezcal while he explained the finer points of wool production.
Mezcal, is that a local beverage?
It's an Urgopacha specialty. A spirit made from distilled agave heart juice.
Yes, and it must have done wonders for my mood, for I tripled my usual order of alpaca wool. They did offer me a discount, though, so it wasn't a bad deal in the end. But listen to me, boring you with my tedious stories. I will leave you before you are lulled to sleep. Goodbye, and safe travels. Oh, silly me. I almost forgot to say the thing I actually wanted to say. Peace for Tural. I agree with your vision, Third Promise. You have my support in your bid for the throne.
I gather from his tale we would be foolish to underestimate Pelu Pelu merchants.
Yes, they do more than run the markets in Tuliyollal. Pelu Pelu peddlers can be found everywhere in Tural, traveling from place to place on their sturdy alpacas. They are effusive and engaging speakers, and many's the customer who's been talked into spending more than they bargained for.
They won't find this customer so easily charmed.
Watchun Pello's down the path! Off the main road! Don't get lost!
It's right
On roughly
there!
48 hours of streaming, Webner, I have
What?
done, in about 48 hours worth of streaming, I have done almost as many quests as there is in Dawntrail alone.
Damn.
Yep. So, did you ever do the custom, like the building of, like, because you played years before I did. Did you ever do the building of either style or the government intervention?
No.
No? Okay. Oh yeah, because you don't track. So that's basically what the new is going to be on the move. That comes out on the 22nd, I want to say. 22nd. It's all be happening. And with 8. That's going to be 7.21 and 8.0. We are getting. They've already basically confirmed. They posted it on Twitter on the Japanese account, but then they quickly deleted it. At 8.0, we will have housing on the moon.
Irinville says this is it, Wampalo, home of the Pelu Pelu. Waklama. That's not good.
Pilu says you've come all this way for the right of succession? Oh. So this means I'm exchanging words with the future Dawns. Lamont says please, the outcome is far from decided, but Pilu says how fortunate, then, that ideal in
My
cloaks
laptop
wove
is so
into
hot it
especially
could burn
luxurious
somebody.
alpaca wool. Such a garment would look magnificent when draped over the
My
shoulders of our budding.
laptop.
That's not good.
And a nation's ruler should dress her best for her adoring people, yes? Finery for our finest lady, that's right. Come, third promise, my well-stocked shelves are but a few. Lamont says finest lady? Hey, Alright, I suppose a quick look wouldn't hurt.
Irinville says ahem. What did we just talk?
Lamont says Irinville, when did you dash? Pilu says a Shedino from far off Tural? Northern winters are bitterly cold affairs, I'm told. I cannot imagine how you survive them without a lovely warm cloak of quality.
Irinville says no, thank you. I'm not in need of new clothes at the moment, and neither is the third promise.
Pilu says of course. My shop.
Irinville says you were saying something about not being easily charmed.
Lamont says I was just.
Irinville says as I mentioned previously, the Pilu people live for bringing happiness through trade. They won't cheat you or sell you defective goods. They will, however, disarm you with their deft turns of phrase, and unwitting customers like Waklamart fall prey to this affable approach time and time again. Your only recourse is a clear and firm refusal. They won't pursue the matter should you make your disinterest plain. Alphino says a valuable insight into the minds of the Pelu Pelu. Let us all take Irinville's words.
I got an achievement. my god, I've completed 5,000 dungeons. Jeez Louise. Oh, okay. I need to redo this stuff. Okay. So.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
Lamont says not my finest moment, I'll admit. But now that we're here, let's do what we came to do, find the Elector.
Alphino says allow me to propose a strategy, then. Kryl, Alize, and I will speak with the merchants. Lamont, you and Erenville might try approaching travelers and passers-by.
Alright. That wasn't so bad.
Haven, pray investigate any of the other establishments which catch your eye. Should we learn aught of use, let us relay it to the third promise.
So I have a whole list of a whole bunch of Savage dungeons that I have not finished yet, eh?
Yeah, welcome to the club. Where is...
Worker says the Dawn Servant Zelector. I thought you were a new face in town. Here for the right of succession, I take it? Me, I don't much care who sits the throne so long as they keep Tural peaceful. People tend not to be in the mood to relax and sip our excellent mezcal once arrows and spears start flying, if you know what I mean. Speaking of which, would you like a cup? A joy shed is a joy doubled, I say.
Where
oh, right.
is the
yes, you were
size
asking
for
about
text chat?
business.
It is in chat log settings, the little cog in the bottom left corner.
Being but freshly returned from my trading route, I've heard that there's a contest afoot, but not much else. Our head ledger, Sabli, could probably tell you more about it.
Why is it not changing size?
So now what you do is you go into log details. So you go chat log settings, then log details.
Special.
And then so mine is set for 14 12 12. 14 for general, battle is 12, event is 12.
Redma says hello.
Okay, I just set mine to 14.
Yeah.
I just sit here. Maybe I should make it a little bit bigger.
Yeah, I always mine set to 14 on my screen, so.
Porter says electors. Oh yes, I've heard all about the right of succession. They're looking to put a new ruler on the throne, eh? Personally, I'm rooting for Zor Al-Jar. Porter says if the first promise wins, He'll look to
Fear
expand
beam.
our sphere of influence. That means access to more resources and more customers, in the thousands column, potentially. So many new trading opportunities to spread happiness far and wide. Others have been coming around to my way of thinking, so I've begun crafting goods inspired by the resilient sun. Would you care to purchase something? Very well. You said you wanted to know about the Elector? I could help you, but I won't. I can tell you're no supporter of Zorelja or his policies.
So where am I going? This way.
Alpaca Keep says.
Mabaloo says hello there, I'm Mabaloo. Do you have a question for me? Sorry, I don't know about any electors. You should take a moment to see our prized alpacas before you leave, though. Mabaloo says oh, but be sure to admire them from a respectable distance. Get too close, and our nervous darlings may be tempted to spit on you, and that stuff stinks. Mabaloo says it happened to a visiting buyer not so long ago. Derbly, that's the head rancher, was so mad at me for not giving a proper warning. No one makes a mistake without Derbly noticing. He knows everything that happens on this ranch.
Travel. Directly south. You know what? I'm gonna go grab that before I continue so I don't forget. $68 south. Oh, it's right there. Eastern then, eh? I'm gonna go kill that now. Not really.
Lamont says
Okay.
you really have to watch yourself around these silver-tongued peddlers.
I'm back.
I almost bought a bottle of mezcal. And a stack
Thank
of
you.
blankets. And then there was this enchanting ornament. Lamont says anyway, I did manage to learn that Derbly is the man to talk to about the contest. Now if only they'd share where this head ledger of theirs is to be found. Lamont says really? He's also the head rancher?
Okay.
Well, the alpaca ranch is not far from here. I say we pay it a visit before the others return.
Right. Go to Camp Drybone.
No, I can't drive on.
Yep, there's nest right there, and somebody needs to revive, so. Because they just start taking it out themselves.
Oh my god.
Oops. Why is that being weird? Why was my keyboard being weird?
Oh my god, where are my mounts?
Lyha says make sure to party up for full credit.
Sisto says
Oh my god, what the fuck is this thing?
Lyha like a big hug.
Pendragon says INB.
Like doing it only because I can at least get one shot in. Before it dies. I don't know where the person that needs to revive went though.
Pendragon says, oh, you summoned the whole gang. Muffin says we just came from Ruby CS rank low.
Blaze says Agent Blaze psychs himself up alongside Maple Pendragon.
Is it already dead?
Pendragon
What?
says
Did I
I'm
miss
just
something?
here for hunting logs on my level 20 thometer low.
No, it's not dead. Are you here? Yeah, you're here.
Yeah, I'm in your party.
Behemoth says, hey, look at that. It's got wings. Frozen
Dumbass.
Claus says lol.
Pendragon says Ghidorah. Zami says low.
Knight says Xeon Knight Behemoth draws his weapon before Lampaligua.
Dusklight says Zula Dusklight Ultra sways dizzily. Nightlury says All Asian Nightlury sways dizzily.
Frozen Claus says Polar Frozen Claus sways dizzily before Lampaligua.
Oh.
Nope.
What's wrong with me?
What you do?
Nothing. I fucked up.
Suda says Chihiro Suda motions joyfully to Lampaligua. Listrange Leviathan says thank you for the party.o/.
Yay! Jeez.
So what? Before you leave the party, where do I spend my 1,500 gemstones?
Rip.
You can't. Oh boy. Are you level 3 in any of the Endwalker areas? Or.
Let me look. That is under travel, right? Search page?
Yeah.
No.
What about Shadowbringers?
No.
What rank are you? Are you rank 1 or 2 in any of the areas?
Lakeland 1, Calusa 2, Emerang 2, Elmeg 2, Gratica 2, Tempest 1, Labyrinthos 1, Thavnir 1, Merlimorm 2, Garlemald 1, Elpis 1, Ultima Thule 1.
Okay, so you can spend your gemstones at any place where you have either level 1 or level 2 complete.
Okay.
And you can buy certain things like scrolls and stuff.
Okay.
To get the cooler rewards, so you have to be rank 3 for each area.
Okay.
And in order to get the cool mount for Dawntrail, you have to be rank 4 in all areas.
Okay. So the closest one I have to rank 3 is probably Almeg, which I'm at 28 out of 60.
Okay.
Because it looks like I'm only 2 fates away from going up to rank 3. If that's what the purple dot means.
The purple dot.
It's on my stream if you're watching.
So there's 10 purple dots, and every time you get a 10 purple dot, you get a check mark.
Okay. And is that the rank number?
No. That's to tell you that you've completed 10 out of 60.
Oh, okay. Okay, so like Tempest, I am 5 out of 6 to get to rank 1.
Okay.
Lakeland, I'm 4 out of 6. Calusa, I'm 0 out of 60. For rank 2. Almarang, I'm 8 out of 60. Almega, I already told you. Vatika Grade Room at 40 out of 60. No, 4 out of 60, sorry. Labyrinthos, I'm at 1 out of 6. Thavnil, I'm 3 out of 6. Garlemald, I'm 3 out of 6.
Do you have any current classes in level 70?
70, yes. I have Gunbreaker 75, Monk at 74, Ninja at 74, Samurai at 75, Reaper at 74, Summoner at 74, and Scholar at 74, and Sage at 70.
So I use Fates to level up and to get the ranks done.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't have anybody to level up, but farming the gemstones isn't a big deal to me.
I'm at max gemstone. That's the thing. I can't even do any fates because I'm literally at 1500 out of 1500.
If you go to like Ilmeg or Almarang, there should be gemstone people.
Okay, I know where the one is. I know where it is in Almag, so I'm gonna go there.
Let's see what you can buy.
How do you find it? You find it and
Lads,
I can buy. Let's see. Tabletop lamp, riding map. I've already got the riding map in this area. Looks like it's mostly Dark Matter is probably my best bet. Well, it's only level 7.
Yeah.
But it's not even level 8. So, Use some cordels for crafting. Where else do I get the writing maps from?
Gemstones.
Yeah, but where? How do I know what writing maps I have and what ones I don't?
Oh, mount speed.
Speed?
Yep, mount speed.
So I'm at. So I'm guessing anyone I don't have does. So
Anyone?
Yaxana and Azim Step, I'm missing a star. I'm missing both stars in Thavnir and Golomad. I'm missing every star in Dawntrail. And I'm missing the lake.
Sense.
The Lakeland, Calusa, and Tempest. Also missing Labyrinthos, Merlimatorum, Ultimathoi, Elpis, Bozan, and Zador.
Okay, the Bojan and Xandor are completely different.
But all the rest. So I think the
only ones that can be bought with gemstones are in Shadowbringers through the end of Dawntrail.
Yaxana then.
You have to be level 1 Fate.
Level 1 Fate? What was my Yaxana Fate again? Yaxana, I don't even see Yaxana on my list. Have I never killed a Fate here? I've never killed a Fate in Yaxana? That doesn't seem right.
Is that...
Yaxana is author...
Is that Dawntrail?
No, Yaxana is just outside of Kugani.
Kugani is not done that way. It's not done through gemstones.
Oh, it's not? Oh.
No.
Is Shadowbringers are later, you said?
Shadowbringers are later.
Okay. So Norvrant. Norvrant is okay, so Lakeland, Calusa, Tempest.
Okay.
Lakeland, I'm level 1. Calusa, I'm level 2. Tempest, I'm level 1.
You might be able to get it in Lakeland. I'm not sure though.
Okay, so let's go to Lakeland then. Would it be 4 jobs or probably 4 jobs, right?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's in 4 jobs. I think that's what it is.
I don't see him. Yeah,
he's over here. Towards the merchant and vendor delivery mobile.
That's him.
Silmith.
Lakeland writing map. 70 gemstones. And there's a triple triad card here. Cool. That's done. Now, Mount Speed. So yeah, so it's now 1 star for Lakeland. And Loops is next. Which city would it be in Calusa?
It is at Comra.
Comra?
Yep.
Okay, I've never talked to that. I'm looking at the Calusa map. I've never actually talked to that gemstone trader.
It is this way.
Right here. I see him. I've never even
Yeah.
talked to this gemstone trader. Clues riding map. Triple triad code. And an orchestra roll. Alright, that's all done. No speed. Now it's Tempest. Tempest is Andoka.
I don't want to switch to my other character.
Yeah. The one you haven't been
Let me do that.
to in a hot minute.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
Bye, Pody.
I'm gonna switch to the one that was in Army.
Yeah.
Is that okay?
Just means I can't chat with you in FC chat. That's all.
Oh, well, I can leave Army.
No, it's fine. It's fine. I'm just bugging you.
Well, I'm probably gonna leave Army anyways.
Yeah.
Might find another FC to join.
You don't want to have them both in, all three of them in.
I think I kind of want to make some friends.
You know what's actually a good one I've been working with quite a bit? Is Fairy.
I've heard good things about Fairy.
Well, you know the mentor of Stella Luna? She's the one
Yep.
who started. And I'm actually I'm in her Discord. Because they're the ones, Fairy's the one who helped me get I got my blue mage from level, I want to say it was like level 21 to level like, what is my blue mage now? 56, I think? Yeah, 58. In like 4 hours. Alright, so now my gemstones are purchased. Why was I doing that again? I don't remember. Oh yeah, it was because I realized it was full.
Wow.
What?
There's nobody here.
Is there nobody in Fairy anymore? Where are you?
Kugane.
You're in Kugane? I'm gonna come say hi.
Gordon Biddy. Oh. Wow.
Where in Kugane are ya?
Oh, I'm over near Eureka.
That is tier 1 if I remember.
Yeah. I'm gonna leave this FC.
Don't leave it just yet. I was gonna come inspect it. I'm gonna come inspect it. See how bad it's gone. Why can't I inspect your new company profile? There it is. There are only 3 members, only 2 of you are online, and that's you.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yep.
You obviously haven't done your roulette yet.
I haven't done my roulettes, and I also need to fix this.
Okay. in order to get my warrior up to 90, so I can continue doing it for my MSQ, so I don't get over leveled completely. I need to run MSQ. MSQ will give me level 9. So whenever you're ready, I can do if you want to do it.
Yeah. Well, then I have to like fix my hot bar first.
Yeah, well, I'll make you party leader then.
Jesus.
Oh, I was going to ask you this question the other day, but I forgot. If I do a lower level class, so let's say I do something like my machinist, which is only level 53.
Yep.
If I do it with somebody in a party, let's say like you, who is a returner, technically, will I get the mentor bonus?
Can you get?
You know how you would make a returner and mentor pretty much now. Start getting that
Mm-hmm.
My lower level class experience bonus.
Yeah. Why wouldn't it?
Because I didn't know if mentors actually get the bonus.
You have XP bonus next to your name.
Yeah, I just thought that was because you're better, that's all.
No, I think. Okay. I'm ready. Are you ready?
I'm actually just go ahead. Let me yeah.
We're doing main scenario.
Yeah. And right now it's Kilo and me, by the way. Where are we going? We are going to catch them.
Adam Fampert says Kupo everyone.
Fix my laptop before. Okay.
This is Sid. To review, our goal is to deactivate the Magitech field. If you could create a diversion, that's to say, wreak lots of havoc, I'll search for the field generator.
I have not had any almost a week. They all.
Sorry if my healing is a little sloppy.
That's all good.
We must hold the enemy here. All units, attack. The central crossing is overrun, requesting immediate reinforcements. Damn these savages. Deploy the reserve colossi.
Do you have benediction on Titan?
Yes.
We can get to it. We can benefit it.
Well, that's true.
I couldn't remember if benediction is on my page.
Yes.
How can this be? Reinforcements. We need more reinforcements.
Haven, how are you faring? Reached a dead end, you say? I believe I know where you are. There's a disposal chute nearby. Find it and jump in, and you'll emerge in a different sector.
I've not had the level core, I think, since
Haven,
I want
assault
to say
crafts
since
are near.
Monday.
Watch out for incoming fire.
Well, I'm happy to do whatever. I have to go through all of 6.0 before I hit 7.0 again, even though I really don't want to replay through it.
Yeah.
I'll do it for you!
Hey, I'm almost done 7.0. I'll be done 7.0 in. By next Sunday, I'll be at 7.0. So 7.0. At the rate of.
Which is unusual because you normally get sidetracked by side quests.
I know. But it's also the fact of the 7.1 where you're building the stuff on the that's a level different level. So that's kind of why I can't get sidetracked. Even though it's on the blueprint, you get a 100 quest. So I kind of don't have a point. I mean, I'm kind of being forced by Yoshi. Right?
Right.
So, we can blame Yoshi for being doing MSP. I'm the... with I've only done so I have almost 48 straight hours of MSQ. 48 in-game hours. Isn't this the fight we can do the next day? Is that the next one?
It's the next one. Oh. Oops.
So I do have my hotspot, so I can take it. And if I remember correctly, reading for the get all the eggs, but I do have my hotspot, so I can take it off of you.
I've located the controls for the security system. A moment while I disable the barriers. I'm also pleased to say I've found a suit of armor. Press on. I'll meet you just ahead.
Oh yeah, it's right here, isn't it?
Nope, it's after us.
Oh. Because I'm pretty sure when you wait, it's out of one.
You were close.
But I instinctively picked one.
Mm. 6, I think.
Another bulkhead, eh? Fortunately, I'm equipped for the task.
Another bulkhead, eh? Sit.
Come on, the field generator should be just up ahead. There it is. Keep the enemy
This is where we can
while
do
I
it.
take it out of commission.
Yeah, oh yeah. That was all one.
But I don't think it's until...
I think you can do it now, I think. Wait, how long has Benedict been down?
180 seconds.
We're gonna do it now? I can hold off for 80 seconds. Why do you go
No, I was waiting for the big dudes to come out.
Take care of them, would you?
Okay, ready?
Yep.
It works! Oh my god.
So it says diverting all power to cannons.
You know that? You know how I sometimes inside I would just stabbing. So I did that. I did that with it was right after I hit Mentor. Okay? It was right after I did Mentor. Out of the 4 of us in play, 3 of
Yulish
us
says my lord was quite taken with you and the power you possess. The echo. Naturally, I could not help but wonder whom this prince, only to discover that you are but another adventurer. No better than the multitude.
That's that was.
Yet in spite of this, the masses hold you their champion, and shower honors upon your head. It defies. How is it that you could be such a thorn in our side? Wherever you appear, you leave havoc in your wake. You even slew Raitartin, one of our very fine. While I will not speculate. Truth be told, I couldn't care less how you have done these things. What matters to me is the fact that you have done. If you are allowed to continue, you will eventually deprive me of all that I have toiled for, all that is mine by right. My minions, my comrades, even my... Well, you cannot have him. Unius says his dreams and ambitions, his body and soul, they are mine. Do you? I lost everything once before. I will not suffer it to happen.
I did play. I queued up directly for playing, not doing it
I
on
will
roll
kill you, adventurer.
because it was
Only
on
your
my.
death can. You will not take any more from me.
Really love
The pain I have suffered, I shall visit upon you 100-fold.
And it's not available in the game at all. It's not even available. Like with real money.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So only is available. But I really like the paladin now.
You have made me rogue.
What is
You're tough, I grant you that. But I will break you soon enough. You will not defeat me. You will not.
Win says GG.
You hit level 90?
Say says GG.
Yeah.
I got one combination for that. I did not hit 90. But I got pretty damn close.
I got 4.4 million over 90.
Yeah, I got a grand total of 5.1 million.
I don't know.
Yeah, I got
bonus of.
Was it 5,118,660?
Yeah.
Oh, probably because I didn't get the what you would need because it was Hilo when we queued.
Oh, yep.
So Alliance trade, normal wage, was 50, 60, 70, 80, 90. because I need 3 million, unless or 3.5 million, unless you think we can get that from Fate.
No, you can do whatever.
What do you think?
Let me just.
Would it be better doing it 5, 6, 7, 8, or would it be better doing Fate?
5, 6, 7, 8 for sure.
Okay. I love how nobody calls it 5, 6, 7, 8, or nobody calls it high level.
Let me just fix this bar again.
Okay. Once it hits 90, I'm going to be losing my entire glam outfit.
No.
My entire outfit is glammed.
I don't have anything in my entire kit that's level.
Oh, where is the 90 gear is in. Wait, 90 gear. Can I access 90 gear? That's in Solomon, right?
Yep. I should have a shoebox.
You beat me here. Is my thing acting up again? Or it takes forever to.
I don't know. I'm honestly surprised that I'm going as well as I am going. I'm only level 82 for scholars, so.
Okay.
But give me a minute, I'm going to the restroom.
Okay.
Northoda says to think that you, Haven, have traveled to the very edge of creation, there to confront Thaliak knows what, yet you still seek the strangeness of our hunt bills. You truly are one of a kind. Some would call you brave, some reckless, but my guess is that you simply do what needs to be done. In any case, we certainly have a few hunts that call for cavalier heroics, and you're welcome to them. Frankly, I can't believe I didn't think to offer them to you sooner. You'll recognize the term elite marks, I'm sure. As ever, ours tend toward the bizarre, but don't take my word for it. Ask Tlakshai.
Minstrel says greet. Good gods, a battle in the void. You've certainly wasted no time seeking out newfound adventure. By all means, regale me with... A world without death, where the strong devour the weak. And a woman touched by darkness, who possesses the power to seal voids and... Fascinating. Minstrel says, but this arch-fiend Barbarisia, as cruel as she is ravishing. Though she is fearsome enough by your account, I cannot help but wonder, what if she had devoured more of the great worm's ether? How terribly bright might her... Yes, they come to me, the beginnings of a new verse. Pray listen. In armor black, from shadowed lay the knight, with steely voice, declared a dragon's freedom he did steal victory in his wind made flesh, the arch-fiend fair her pride, her long and lustrous hair on dragon soul she feasted well a tempest free. Fighting to devour, devouring to fight. Should the day come when this wheel is broken, would avoidance greet her end with a wail of anguish? Or would she heave a sigh of relief? Whichever it may be, 'tis ironic to think that a soul who had sought freedom, and for so long, should end up being imprisoned in cold crystal. Thus I would sing of that final battle. For in that lightless world, 'tis in such a moment, I believe, that their lives shine the bright. Greetings, my friend. The Voidsons thought to cross the rift and launch an assault on our world? Goodness, and here I thought you might find a reprieve from your dealings with the Void and its denizens. Pray, tell me more. I see. Theirs was a world bereft of true death, and so they sought its release in ours. A most curious impetus to take action, and this Rubicanti. He too was prepared to embrace his end with open arms. Yet I cannot help but wonder, had he drank deeper of the dragon's ether, how brightly might his soul have burned ere it flickered and failed. I do believe this quandary has inspired the makings of a new verse. If you might lend me your ear a moment. In Alma Black, the knight did ride to claim lands wherein death resides. Thither would his people know the silent gift of death's great flow. Honor bound, a fiend of fire. Forged in battle, honed by a. He stood defiant, soul ablaze, heart heavy. Minstrel says in another life, one might say he had the heart of a hero true. A heart broken, perhaps, by the bitter truth that the void could not be saved. Yet he was willing to offer up his soul to become a monster, dying to uphold his ideals. A heroic sacrifice in his eye. The circumstances of his death aside, I believe such a noble soul is worthy of remembrance and song, that people may look back on the man that he was rather than the beast he became. Greetings, my friend. If you have a tale to share, this minstrel is all ears. Ah, the knight clad in armor black. Pray tell me of your encounter with him beyond the veil, and spare no detail. So the true motive for his crusade was the salvation of his brethren. Thus did he pervert Arjaya's yearning to return home into a force capable of breaking down the barrier between worlds. For one that speaks of deliverance, concocting a plot that would condemn the souls of another world to death rings decidedly unheroic. Nonetheless, I feel inspired with a new verse. Pray let for home, the shackled worm did yearn, stained by shadow, her nature turned. In darkness did a captor swear, to claim his kind they stole. Only salvation would suffice, another world to pay the price. Hailed hero, or branded villain, deeds never to be. What could have driven him to such ends? To sacrifice the very souls he hoped to save? To give rise to an entity born of such sorrow? He is worthy of contempt for his deeds, of that there is no doubt. Yet all was done for the salvation of his people. One cannot help but be drawn to such a Greetings, my friend. If you have a tale to share, this minstrel is all ears.
Okay.
Back.
Thank you.
The dread beast Zero
Yeah,
Moose.
cutscene.
It was a battle that shook the very heavens, I'm sure.
Where are you?
Naught less would befit an adversary named for a fallen champion of the 13th. If you are willing to share, a captive audience stands.
Oh, are you done?
No, I'm not in Dawntrail. I'm in Australia.
Oh.
I'm at the hunt.
Minstrel says ho ho, so you counted baleful dark
Oh,
with
well,
resplendent
just-
light. And what a fascinating twist to the tale for Zero, denizen of the void, to wield it. To be possessed of the strength of spirit to forge her own future. Though in truth, knowing she is part voids, and I would have expected the light to refuse her outright. I shudder to think what might have happened if it had. To her, to Arjaya, to this. From musings of darkest despair springs forth a song of hope.
Hello. It's a good beer?
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome.
From dregs of dark did Zero Moose rise, to claim the flesh of worm as its skies. Bereft of death, its kin left to weep, as fiend unleashed. From self same shade did rise a dark night, a void kissed child now graced by the light.
Come out of the cutscene.
Okay.
For a mercy, it seems Zero has found a way to save not only her voids and kin, but her home as well. And while Gold Bears may have committed terrible deeds, that he yet lives means that he
Let me
may
know
yet
when you're
do.
ready.
The unfathomless darkness of Zero Moose contained within the Memoria crystal shall pave a path of newfound hope. And argue.
Okay, now the abysmal factors. So now I think it's fading for good. Yeah, I'm done fading.
Oh, why'd you turn the water on?
Why not?
Oh.
I'm no longer receiving the bonus because you're level 9 or 90.
Yeah, I know, I just swapped. Okay.
5, 6, 7, 8.
Yep.
Let's see, what are they giving us today? Wanderer's Palace, 50. Really? Really? Let me know if I pull too much.
No. I think I have aggro though. Yeah, I have Tomb Bars on me. There we go.
One, two, three, four. Okay.
What?
I got this on
That's open.
Why can't I take that stuff?
Oh my god, this. Okay. I fucking hate those things. They're so irritating.
Berries?
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4.
You can keep going with these guys.
Yep. If you guys haven't passed, or you guys already passed already, that treasure chest we just passed is for the not is this.
What the hell? Oh, I hit something lag. Sorry, some lag got me there. Let me go get to them.
We should have a cutscene if I remember correctly.
Mm.
We good?
Good.
Hear the screams of my fallen brothers.
Oh goodness, let's say.
GG.
Say says GG.
I still didn't get 90. I'm 92% though. I'm 92% though.
Nice.
I think I'm sitting at like 300,000. So fate, maybe.
Yeah, where do you want to do Fate? I only have Endwalker and Shadowbringers available.
Third fate. What's the one that I was really close to leveling up? It was Meg.
Sure.
There's no fates going on right now.
There are way down.
Way down at the bottom.
Yeah.
Let's see how much time is left. That one. That one's 5 minutes. What about the other one? Bear is 12 minutes. Want to go jump over to Liddell?
Sure.
Bear is just south of us. feats to level me up.
How many fates?
7.
Maybe we should go to Endwalker. You're level what? What are you, level 80 something?
Yeah, I'm 89, so. But I only need one more. I only need one more feat for this to level up, right? It looks like.
Sure.
In order to get one more checkbook, I mean? So might as well
Oh,
just
probably.
Yeah, I only need one more, so let's just do one more before we go to Endwalker. Hedge maze.
Okay.
Why don't skeletons like furries?
Why?
They have no body to go with.
Oh my god, yeah, what?
Why do pilots
Why? Oh my god.
The scavenger definitely needs to make things, by the way. Nice. That gave me my 3, I think. No, I did not. Oh, I guess I need to. I guess I need to have 31 in order to get it.
Something like that.
Oh my god, this. I don't know if you can kill the dragon or not.
Very little.
Yeah, it has 220,000 HP.
People crack me up here. Nobody wears helmets when they're biking.
In North Carolina?
No, in North Carolina.
What in South Carolina?
We're in North. We're in the Outer Banks. Till tomorrow.
Nice.
Uh-oh.
1,000 is all I need now.
Uh-oh. I have a rash appearing on my arm.
That's not good. I have one on my side. My new laundry stove I bought.
I think mine is from the sun.
Oh yeah.
I always break out in little red bumps in the sun.
So Endwalker now?
Yeah, we can go to Endwalker.
We're in Endwalker.
Oh, you're level
89.
So Ultimate Tural.
Which one does 3?
Abode of the Ea.
Abode of Ea?
Yeah.
Oh, there's a fate like right here.
Yep. Me.
86. The fate is 86.
I don't have my Sage hotbar.
I thought the Outer Banks were insane.
No. The Outer Banks are in North Carolina.
Because the Outer Banks were the 2003 takes place. And that takes place just outside of New Brunswick, Canada.
Yay. No. You made it to level 90.
The Great Banks that I was thinking of. The Great Banks I was thinking of. Yes, I did. I did make it to level 90. So now I can go do MSQ. And now the problem is I'm about to lose my entire outfit.
Rip.
I'm still missing.
Oh, everybody's coming in off the deck.
What?
Everyone's coming inside.
Yeah.
Which
Well, I'm
means
going
because I'm sitting at the table, I'm gonna have to mute.
to sit for the party because I'm going to go get my stream.
Okay, have fun.
Thank you. Bye.
I'll be here, just listening.
Slackshai says this has become quite the pattern, eh? One would almost think Northoda prefers to leave all of the explaining to me, a conversation for another time, perhaps. You want to know more about the elite?
Question mark says you. You are the gleaner extraordinaire who made their way to the very summit of the heavens, are you not?
Slackshai says my word, all of our most tiresome, that is to say, look how many of our esteemed clients have gathered. Cruciel says yes, and what of it? Considering the importance of my work and the snail's pace at which you are fulfilling my requests, it should come as no surprise that I have come to personally insist that they are handled with the utmost urgency. Now, in order to completely validate my theories and protect them from any further impugnations, I have need of your talents. I require more samples to prove that the moon, and indeed, the stars beyond, are teeming with life.
Basildir says wait just a moment. My research in comparative mythology is on the verge of changing our understanding of life as we know it. Indeed, samples of ancient organisms. Lubdam says what nonsense. Surely the requests made by various departments of the studium come first. Our pupils are the lifeblood and future of Shalian, and we must needs provide them with hands-on instruction in the classification of specimens from both Thavne.
Edith says pardon me, but we researchers are also in great need of your services. We have a mountain of requests relating to Labyrinthos spheres or specimens in. Cruciel says Labyrinthos? Surely you jest. We have a talented individual here capable of exploring environs unlike any known to man, and you would have her go to Labyrinthos? I will not stand for it, not when myriad discoveries await in the. Slackshai says enough. Can't you lot see the bind you're putting Haven in? She will decide for herself what to prioritize, thank you. Rest assured that each and every one of your requests have been accounted for. Now if you go, shoo, shoo.
Lubdam says I do apologize for my colleague's behavior. Should you be interested in learning more about our requests, pray find us.
Northoda says heavens. I'm sure they mean well, after a fashion, but I would consider it a personal favor if they learn to be a bit less demanding. Or perhaps more than Enerode, they will doubtless find it in themselves to behave if it means they'll get their precious samples. If you are keen to learn more about our elite marks, don't hesitate to make use of them. For our part, we're counting on you, so, best of luck out there.
You are now permitted to
Lamont says that is a lot of alpacas. Still, we know the head ledger could be here somewhere. I can't let fear deter me. Not to say that I'm scared of. Excuse me, is one of these workers Tibbly? Mabel says Tibbly? Oh yes, he likes to mingle with the ranch hands and keep an eye on things. I can't tell you which. Lamont says you can't? Is this part of the. Mabel says all I can say is that Tibbly often mentions his favorite pungent sub. He also can't resist a profitable trade, though who among us could, am I right? Still, if you bring him a very good deal, he might let his identity slip. Lamont says hey, so it's like a game. Easy enough. All I have to do is offer Tibbly a deal he can't ignore. No problem. Well, maybe one problem. I don't think my purse is deep enough to pay everyone we think might be Tibbly. Let's ask some questions first to narrow down the field.
Ooh.
Great. We can meet back here to share our impressions. Mabel says well, obviously I'm not Tibbly. I mean, oops. I shouldn't have said that. You're meant to find out for yourself who Tibbly is, or if an elector is even in the village at all.
Hans says a visitor from across the salt, if I'm not mistaken. Be warned, the alpacas will spit if you startle them. I suggest you keep your movements slow and deliberate.
Hans says am I Tibbly? Yes, that's me. Excellent work from the third promise and her entourage. Sharp instincts. Shall we commence the rite of succession, then?
Hans says you think I might be Tibbly? Ha ha ha, well maybe I am. All I will say is that, in this village, none have reared more alpacas than I.
Lamont says I see we're both done with our interrogations. So, who do you think it is? I have my suspicions, but let's hear. He seemed unconvincing to me. But if that's your choice, then that's who we'll talk to. Tibbly. I offer you a deal, the truth of who you are in exchange for a tidy sum. What? Hand says I say hand over the coin. Hand says the truth is, I'm not even the ranch hand. I just like to come by and watch. Lamont says what? You don't even work here? Lamont says I knew I should have gone with my gut on this one. But now's not the time to mourn wasted coin. We need to regroup and rethink this.
So it's not that one. Maybe it's diligent. It's not diligent.
Ah, the worker so intent on stable chores. I had my eye on that one, too. Time to rip the mask off our mystery ranch. Lamont says we know it's you, Tibbly. And to prove it, I propose a deal, a generous sum of coin for confirmation.
Hans says an offer I gladly accept. Tibbly says as you have correctly guessed, I am indeed Tibbly. Head ledger of Wampalo, and head rancher of the I am also one of Galul Jaja's chosen electors.
Lamont says aha. In a place featured in the Tula Yolal site, though it took more coin than I would have liked to know for certain. Mabaloo says she found you out fair and square.
Tablee says, and I'm glad she did. Would have been a pity had her bid ended.
Deducing the Dunservant's elector was the first step of the feat. Too simple a task for this aspiring ruler, eh?
Right. Not hard at all. Zorolja.
I am told the head ledger, Toblee, is to be found here.
You have to guess which one of us is Toblee. That's part of the test.
You're Toblee.
Without even asking a single question. Very impressive indeed. With that amusing prologue out of the way, we can proceed to the actual challenge. Per the Dawn Servant's instructions, I was free to devise any manner of feat. I considered the number of possibilities in the 10th column. But I think I have a good one. You must go forth and capture for me an alpaca.
While I've not had the best experiences with alpacas, aren't they generally docile creatures? That doesn't sound like much of a challenge.
Bring out the example!
So when do I get the alpaca mount? Rebna?
The alpaca mount is at the end of the game.
Would you please approach the animal, Third Promise?
So it's kind of like the dog in Endwalker.
Should stay calm if I stay calm, right? That's what Aaron
Correct.
does.
I could.
The little monster spat on me! Ah, that stinks! I can't.
Alpacas are paradoxical creatures, being both extremely curious and extremely cowardly. Press your luck when they're frightened, and you'll get a face full of spit, as you've all just witnessed. Has an awful stench, their expectoration. The globs contain half-digested food, you see, making it an effective deterrent against perceived threats.
Wild valley braid like this one are especially timid and can therefore be quick to lash out. They're also especially hardy.
Indeed. We take the rugged wild alpacas and breed them with our gentle domesticated stock. This produces the strong but biddable pack animals prized by our traveling merchants.
That's all well and good, but did I need to bathe an alpaca spit for you to make your point?
So, the task is to catch a wild alpaca.
That is correct. But be warned that it is a feat easier said than done. I suggest you prepare well before you enter the valley where the creatures dwell. And by you, I mean the claimants only. Allies are not permitted to assist with their catching. The alpacas will help me judge which of you is worthy of receiving a keystone.
So I'm to chase down a fluffy, spitting demon, and that somehow proves I'm fit to rule?
As I said, the Dawn Servant granted me the freedom to decide my challenge. And when you reach the end of the rite, I dare say you will understand why I chose what I chose.
Very well. This won't take long.
Wait! Didn't I warn you this was easier said than done? There are preparations to be made, factors to consider.
A beast is a beast. All yield to strength.
So far, this experience has done absolutely nothing to improve my opinion of alpacas. But that doesn't mean I can't do this. Revolting spit aside, they're just another animal.
Are you all right, Acclaimed? We thought we heard you scream.
The third promise does not scream. It was more of a startled yelp.
Scream, in other words.
Did you find the Elector?
Oh, we certainly did.
Lamont says I had to go and wash that nasty stuff off my face. I think I got all of it. But would you mind taking a sniff for me, just to make sure? The stench has ruined my sense of smell. Hey, I saw that look.
Ironville says as Waklamart helped demonstrate, the valley alpacas are wary of people. Getting close enough to catch one will not.
Lamont says you might have warned me about that earlier. I have enough trouble with tame alpacas, how do you expect me to wrangle a wild one?
Tablee says with the proper saddle. We infuse the leather with a relaxing scent that soothes the spitting.
Lamont says wonderful. Give me one of those.
Tablee says have you perhaps forgotten we are a clan of merchants? If you want a taming saddle, then you'll need to find a saddler and make them an offer. They don't come cheap, of course. Crafting a saddle will cost you the equivalent of 10 pel, in the thousands.
Lamont says you mean 10,000 pel? I don't have that kind.
Alphino says converting to kill, that comes to around 1 million or so. Mayhap.
Lamont says no, this is my feat to accomplish, I wouldn't feel right about having others pay the cost.
Tabli says in that case. Tabli says that basket of wool is worth the sum you paid me earlier, 1 pel, in the hunt. Beginning with the wool, you can trade for ever more valuable goods until you have something suitable to bargain with for the saddle.
Lamont says that's a nice gesture. But you think I can turn 100 pel into 1 million? That's 10,000.
Iringville says we need 10,000 pel, not 1 million. So we're looking at a...
Lamont says oh. Right. I panicked and got it confused with Al.
Iringville says I'm not so sure about this trading idea. You were almost talked into buying a cloak you didn't need mere moments after.
Lamont says but, I just... Mabaloo says then let me help you with your deal making. Lamont says so, hello again, Mabaloo says Mabaloo. I work here as a ranch hand, but I've also learned a lot about the... It's alright if I aid them now, yes? I guided the claimants towards the first step of the feat, like you asked.
Tabli says as long as Waklamat goes alone to capture her alpaca, she is free to accept assistance from...
Mabaloo says hooray. Let's see about getting you that saddle, then. Lamont says I don't know why you made your offer, but I could use an ally with a beak for bargains. Welcome aboard.
Alphino says should the rest of us stay behind, perhaps? It may be easier to haggle over prices without... Tabli says yes, stay here and pitch in with the ranch work. With Mabaloo gone, I'll need extra...
Krill says gladly. Although, Haven, I think you've seen markets and bazaars the world over, and surely have sage advice to share.
Iringville says in that case, you should also hold on to the alpaca wool. If it's misplaced or soiled in some way, you'll have nothing to...
Lamont says as if I'd do such a thing, but I'll leave the wool with Haven anyway. The better to keep my hands... Mabaloo says to begin, I suggest we try trading the wool to Havli, the saddler. He won't agree to the deal, of course, but it'll give us an idea of how much he'll accept.
Where am I going? I'm going this way. Okay.
Havli says something I can do for you?
Lamont says we've come to bargain. I need one of your special taming saddles to catch a wild...
Havli says a saddle, is it? And how will you...
Lamont says with this basket of fine alpaca wool.
Havli says what use does a saddle maker have for wool? Besides, this would barely cover the cost of a single strap buckle. Offer me some...
Lamont says and what might that be?
Havli says mezcal. I like to nurse a cup at day's end while I inspect my finished work. Bring me a jug of quality stuff.
Mabaloo says this bodes well for us third promise. Such mezcal can be had for only 5 pel in the thou.
Havli says hold on, did you say third promise? Then my offer has changed, the saddle is going to cost you a jug of premium mezcal.
Mabaloo says 3 years? That stuff is valued at 10,000 pel or more. Why have you...
Havli says because I must support the man of ambition who'll see my business prosper. Zoralja will go to war, and his cavalry will need saddles. It's nothing personal, third promise. But I won't sell you my craft for anything less than my asking price.
Lamont says can't say that I blame him. I'm known for championing peace, and peace is unlikely to bring him more custom. Mabaloo says those of our grandparents' generation remember the dark days when the clans were at war. Many of these Baloo pray for your victory, Wook. The younger ones, though, to them, strife and bloodshed are as children's stories. They think themselves safe from these horrors and take the peace we now enjoy for granted. Still others are unsatisfied with this quiet prosperity and crave the future the second promise envisions. They've become obsessed with innovations like the dirigibles that have made trade swift and easy. Then you have those like Havli, convinced that the first promise's plans for conquest will afford them opportunities for great profit. Lamont says, but what about you, Mabaloo? Aren't you of the younger generation? At least a year or two younger than... Mabaloo says, oh, I was raised on the old tales. I've memorized the accounts of what it was like when the Yakui ruled our... That's why I offer to help. I want you to become Dawn Servant, to keep our nation from going back to the way it was. Lamont says, well, then, I guess I'd better make sure. Mabaloo says, but the type of mezcal the saddle maker wants is so very Lamont says, weren't we expecting to need 10,000 pel from the outset? Nothing's changed, we just need to get on with. I may not have the head for trade or the stomach for alpacas, but I won't give up with the piece of Tili-Yolal on the line. Mabaloo says, then neither will I. We will make you Dawn. Aiming for that 10,000 pel jug right away will only bring us failure and frustration. So let's first try exchanging the wool for anything even a touch more valuable. The trick is to find someone who needs alpaca wool and is willing to trade at a loss to acquire it. Someone who supports your bid for the throne, for instance. Lamont says, of course, the weaver. Volnok. He went out of his way to say he agreed with my vision and he was here to buy wool. I think I remember the direction he was going, but for now, let's head back to that road where we first met him.
Where are we going? We're going this way. Oh no, that's just the gemstone trader, never mind.
Templar says, I'm pleased to report.
You now have access. Successful.
We are going this way, so...
Lamont says this is the spot. After Volnok talked to us, he walked off to the south. Mabaloo says then he was probably going to Ikuvlo's Inn. Most visitors to watch on Philo end up staying there. Let's go and check, shall we? Lamont says, can I have that basket, Haven? Thanks. Now let's see if we can turn a profit. Bullnock, I'm glad we found you. Are you interested in making a trade?
Nock says, third promise, you wish to do business with me? Might I ask? I see. So the goal is to turn that basket of wool into a jug of 3-year-old premium mez. Then allow me to invest in your efforts. Peace in Tural is what allows me to cross freely into the lands of my suppliers. Now Tural, I would prefer that one pledge to preserve that peace when the threat. Thus do I humbly offer you this wool poncho, a small token that I pray contributes to your victory.
Mabaloo says, oh, that's fine craftsmanship. A garment like that would easily fetch 5 pel. Lamont says that's very generous, Bullnock, thank you.
Nock says I have every faith in you, third promise. May fortune bless.
Mabaloo says I can't believe you quintupled your investment with your first deal. We're off to a spectacular Lamont says only because Haven remembered our weaver friend. All I did was hand over. Mabaloo says that's not true. The connections you build with people are vital. This is one of the most fundamental precepts of trading, one which you've instinctively mastered. Lamont says you think so? Mabaloo says I know so. Now, let's take our 500 pel poncho and trade it for something. Lamont says here, Haven, you take the poncho. If I lost it somehow, Erinville would never. Mabaloo says all set? Our next deal is waiting.
Success. You traded a 100 pel basket of alpaca wool for a 500 pel wool.
Leveraging connections is a sound strategy, but we should also consider supply and demand. An individual in urgent need of a good poncho will offer more than a merchant simply looking to stock his shelves. Lamont says that makes sense. But how do we know if someone needs? It's a nice, sturdy poncho, but the design is traditional. I don't think fashion is part of its appeal, so only those people with a practical need would be interested. Wait, that's the obvious answer, isn't it? We look for a person without a poncho, and hope they're eager to buy. Mabaloo says yes, there you go. We find. Lamont says so, where should we begin our search for prospective buyers? Mabaloo says there are any number of places, but we could do worse than starting right here at the inn. There might be interested travelers. Lamont says who here needs a poncho? A lot of Mamuulja hardly wear anything to be. Mabaloo says those are probably Lansguard or sellswords. Mamuulja who soldier for a living prefer not to wear much above the waist, it hampers. Lamont says so even if they have bared shoulders, Mamuulja carrying arms can be struck off the. Lamont says that's a Lansguard, probably dropped by the inn to take a break between. This one's already fully dressed, an artisan or peddler, perhaps, come to rest after visiting Wachanpielo, like Bolnak, would be. That Mamuulja is armed. Could be a Dopro courier? I've seen them flying their wyvers, and those types aren't fond of excessive clothing either. Let's see. No coat or cloak, but also no weapon? Oh. Ho there, friend. You're not a mercenary by trade, right? I was curious about your bold choice of dress, or.
Hubigo says so, it was no choice of mine, believe me. I was attacked by beasts on the way here, and barely escaped with my scales intact. I'm actually a tool maker from Tuliolo, and was dressed quite smartly, all the better to show the Baloo I am a man who takes pride in his appearance and therefore his work as well. But now look at me.
Lamont says well, sir, this is your lucky day.
Hubigo says what a splendid poncho. This would be the perfect replacement for.
Lamont says we'd be willing to part with it, if you'd like to make a trade. For one of your fine tools.
Hubigo says what about this hatchet? I crafted it myself and will vouch.
Mabaloo says the blade looks sharp, the haft well made. I'd value it at 1 pel in the. Lamont says from 500 to 1,000?
Hubigo says wonderful. A fine garment such as this should put me on even footing with them.
The 15 Afia Toros hides you put up for sale in the Ulda markets have sold for 10,688 gil, after fees.
Like the eponymous owner of Miploo's mate gar. No matter, I have other ways to sell. Glad I am to.
Lamont says did you hear that? We've already found our next buyer. To Miploo's mate. Mabaloo says yes, but it's a fair distance on foot. Lamont says these ones will be the calm type, right?
Success. You traded a 500 pel wool poncho for 1,000 pel.
Mabaloo says well done recognizing that toolmaker as a potential customer. If you've a mind to change professions, you'd make an excellent merchant. Lamont says before we get moving, you should be the one to hold this. With that, I suppose we should hop on the alpacas Mabaloo has so kindly provided. Mabaloo says ready to go? Let's mount up. And it's off to the mate fields we go. Please don't spit, please don't spit. You'll be fine. These ones are accustomed to people. I still don't trust them. You have a knack for riding, no matter what you say. Without our alpaca friends, we Baloo would never have become traveling merchants. Can you imagine walking all the way across Tural? I swear, that mountain is too tall to be real. Worker's Armor. Wasn't that the name? A forbidding sight, isn't it? One I've never appreciated up close. You have to take the long way around the cliffs to get there, to the highlands belonging to the Yakui. So, Mabaloo, you said you were learning about the peddler profession. You don't care for ranch work? No, I love it. I love working with alpacas, but becoming a peddler has always been a dream of mine. It's just, I'm not sure I have the talent for it. If I can help you buy the taming saddle, though, then it'd be proof that I can do this after all. In that case, you'd best get ready to be a merchant. Look, we're almost there. Lamont says we made it, and without a single smelly Mabaloo says I sent the alpacas back to Ikuvlo's Inn, so we'll walk along the main road when we returned. Speaking of roads to travel, you were adopted by the Dawn Servant, weren't you, third prom? Lamont says that I was. Mabaloo says then perhaps you understand. I was an orphan too, you see, Tablee took me in. He took in all. Lamont says all of them? Mabaloo says yes, and everyone works hard at their chores, grateful for the opportunity to repay the head ledger's generosity. Yet here I am, the only one wanting to go off and be. I'm sorry, I don't know why I'm telling you this. We need to keep trading things for your saddle if you're to prepare for the feat of gold. As it's mate harvesting season, they can't have too many quality hatchets. Add to that Wiklamoth's way with people, and we should have no trouble making a favorable deal. That's Miplo herself over there. Pass the hatchet to the third promise, and let's get to bargaining. Lamont says you have that little axe for me? Lamont says thanks. Now to see what we can get for it. You're Miplu, the owner of these fields? I have a mind to trade, if you're interested. Miplu says well, the third promise. I might be convinced to entertain a proposal. Lamont says this hatchet, forged by a seasoned artisan, the razor edge of this exceptional tool will make light work of your. Miplu says Herm. The quality is acceptable, I suppose. I offer you a large sack. Mabaloo says a sack of mate leaves is valued at 1 pel in the thousands column, the same price as the hatchet. This deal would bring us no closer to the. If I may, Mistress Miplu. It's harvesting season, is it not? Does not the demand for hatchets afford? Miplu says it is indeed the season, which is why I procured an ample batch of tools. Well, Mabaloo says we've missed the window for demand. In that case, we'll have to fall back on connect. Think of it this way. A generous deal here will put you in the third promise's good graces. Surely that's worthy of consideration? Miplu says I do not wish to give offense, but I must tell you that I stand with the second promise. His innovations will improve every aspect of our lives, I believe, including farming. And I will no longer have need of Miplu says I assure you that I have nothing but respect for Wooklamat. That is why I'm prepared to purchase a spare hatchet at a fair price. Mabaloo says I suppose it is fair given your reasons. But we ourselves would be no better off for the transaction. Lamont says how about this, then? If we were to help bring in your harvest, would you give us a bet? Miplu says as a matter of fact, I would. Until Goan's reforms come about, I can always use more. Lamont says then you can go ahead and add our labor to the bargain. Mabaloo says added value to tip the scales. How could I have forgotten one of the most basic rules? Lamont says you can rest here if you like, Mabaloo. Haven. Mabaloo says oh no, I'm helping too. Miplu says off to the fields, then, and mind you pick the healthy leaves. I'll take 5 good bundles from.
You still there?
Yeah, that's rattles.
Look, you should see the comments that they're blowing. My phone is blowing up. At the Reddit post I sent you.
Miplu says you've brought me some leaves, then? An acceptable harvest. We'll see how your companions fared before I make any decisions, though. Lamont says here, we've brought our share as well. Miplu says thank you, third promise. This is more than enough to hold up your end of the bar. Now it's time to honor mine. After adding the value of your labor to the price of the hatchet, I am prepared to offer you a full sack of our highest grade made leaves. Mabaloo says premium mate. Bought at the shop, 1 sack of those leaves would cost no less than 5 pel in the thousands. Lamont says then we can bid farewell to this hatchet. Miplu says I'll give it a good home. Talk of the contest aside, I'm glad we could come to a mutually agreeable. Lamont says, as am I. All the best with the rest of your. Mabaloo? What's wrong? Mabaloo says it's as I was saying before. Even after everything Tipley's done for me, I'm planning to abandon it all and become a merchant. But then I needed your help after forgetting a basic rule of trade. How can I expect Tipley to accept my decision then? Mabaloo says not exactly. I wanted to prove I could succeed as a peddler before I declared my intent. Lamont says I seek to follow in my father's footsteps, but not because he expects it of me. I want to preserve Tural's peace, and becoming Dawn's servant happens to be the best way to. You should live a life of your own choosing, and I wouldn't be surprised if Tipley held the same opinion. So talk to him. Mabaloo says, you're right. It's better to find out for sure than worry over what he might say. Thank you for But first, we have a saddle to buy. I want that success under my belt so I can be sure of my decision. Lamont says what's next, then? We try to trade our tea leaves for something halfway to 10. Mabaloo says no, I think we're close enough now. I say we go straight for the. Lamont says bargain our way into double the value.
I'm getting massively downvoted
Mabaloo
for
says,
that
trust
comment
me.
thread.
I will make this trade work. I admire you.
For that
Third
Reddit
promise,
post I meant.
that you're holding your own against such strong competition for the throne is inspiring. Lamont says, am I really holding my own against Kawana and. I mean, of course I am. I'm Wooglamot of the Dawn's Promise.
Success. You traded a 1,000 pel hatchet for a 5,000 pel sack of top-grade made leaf.
Before we go, let me give you the made leaves. I don't need to risk proving Erinville's point. Mabaloo says ready, then? Our next stop is the Mescal Distillery.
Alright, where am I going? All the way back. What? I'm so confused. Southwest? It's this way. There it is.
Mabaloo says we'll want to speak with a man by the name of Gobly. Even among his fellow distillers, he's regarded as a master of the craft. He knows the value of his product, so if we're to convince him to trade for twice what the leaves are worth, we're going to need targeted information. That means asking around and taking in the gossip. If you could talk to people here in the distillery, Haven, perhaps Wiklamat could do the same at the village entrance. Meanwhile, I'll head to the north side and see what I can learn. Replu says there's not much I can say about Gobly, but I can tell you what Gobly's been saying. The other day, he was muttering about monsters prowling around Agave Jaws. That's the field where they gather ingredients for the mezcal. Their presence has made it harder to procure said ingredients, and thus driven up the price of his product, a boon, some might argue, but it's hard to celebrate when it affects the work as it does. Can't rightly bring joy to people if you can't keep making the thing they love.
Suvli says Gorbly might be a deft hand at distilling, but he's got no sense when it comes to appearances. Rumor has it he's been invited to the palace for business negotiations. If he presents himself to the court wearing his usual rumpled attire, though, he'll be laughed out of Sunpuch. Just says me. I'm a chef from Tural. I often come here to buy Gorbly's mezcal, the finest in Tural, according to my customers. Just says he always brings out a jug during our dealings, but I can't handle the stuff too well myself. I take small sips, not wanting to be impolite, you understand. but still end up so addled as to agree to whatever price he quotes me. It would be nice to have less, potent refreshments during such conversations. Else I might have to seriously reconsider our arrangement.
Mabaloo says so. What did you find out? Oh, we can make use of all of those tidbits. The deal is as good as sealed. As for me, I found out where Gobbly is working. There's a millstone at the top of the slope behind the distillery. You go on ahead and I'll bring Wooklamat.
Gobbly says you have business with me, madam. Why don't we talk down below so as not to distract the alpaca from his work?
Oh.
Now, what's this about? Keep it brief, if you...
Lamont says we're in the market for a 3-year-old jug of premium mezcal. Assuming you have any on hand.
Gobbly says an excellent choice. I must warn you...
Lamont says we don't have Pel, but we can offer a sack of mate leaves in exchange. It's top-grade stuff, like...
Gobbly says no deal. Mate leaves are well and good, but I don't have any...
Lamont says no deal. Just like that?
Gobbly says still, I'd hate to send you away empty-handed. Why don't we sit and chat?
Mabaloo says now the real bargaining begins. Which of our cards do you want to...
Oh, I think I...
Let's hold on to that one. We need to consider our timing. I appreciate your hospitality, but I'm afraid I can't hold my drink. I've heard one of your regular customers, a Hubigo chef, seeing as not everyone can enjoy mezcal, I wonder if you might benefit from having other refreshments to offer. Something like mate tea, for instance, and brewed from the finest leaves of...
Gobbly says you're right, absolutely right. I had noticed a growing reluctance on the part of my Hubigo friend, but did not realize I myself was to blame. I must endeavor to be a better host. Still, even with it added value in mind, no sac...
Lamont says, should we offer to call the monsters causing them Mabaloo says, not yet. We'll keep that card up our sleeve. As I expect you're aware, the rite of succession is currently taking place. That's why the third promise has graced us with her presence. When the contest is decided, the subsequent ascension ceremony and banquet will be a prestigious affair. If your mezcal were to be served there, it would bring your distillery immeasurable fame. Wait. Could it be that your rumored invitation to the palace is to discuss that very possibility?
Gobbly says as a matter of fact, yes. I must admit, I'm still reeling from the abruptness of it all. It would be a great honor and opportunity.
Mabaloo says, well, I should think your exceptional mezcal would speak for itself. That said, there's no such thing as being too prepared, and first impressions last. You'll want to be wearing your very best when you walk into FFXIV. It would be such a shame to miss this chance of a lifetime simply for want of proper garments.
Gorbly says that it would. Are you saying you have garments to offer? Something ideal?
Mabaloo says we have no garments on hand, I'm afraid, but we can provide you with the next best thing, an introduction to a weaver. His name is Bolnock, and his works are highly regarded into As a supporter of Wuklamat and keen observer of palace politics, he will doubtless be happy to guide you in the selection of an outfit to fit this golden occasion.
Gorbly says that is certainly a tempting proposal, and one of which I should like to take full advantage. But the scales still aren't quite.
Lamont says, say, weren't there monsters running amok in Agave Jaws? That's the problem we could easily.
Gorbly says, truly. I would be most grateful for your immediate assistance. I was resigned to hiring factoring in that saved expense and an introduction to a trusted weaver. This is shaping up to be a sound bargain. All right. You.
Lamont says yes, I knew you'd come around. Give us a moment, and Haven and I will take care of those prowling. Mabaloo says in the meantime, I'll use the time to pen an introductory letter to. The fields you're looking for are just north of Wachan below. Be safe. Lamont says that should be Agave Jaws, just over there. This'll go faster if we split up. Come and find me once you've finished clearing out your share of the pests.
You know what I've noticed something, Rebna? There's not been a single viewpoint, like Vesta lookout.
You need to unlock those.
Oh, I need to unlock. Oh, okay. Southeast? Oh, it's right above Wakamon. Okay.
Lamont says compared to the creatures I hunted with Papa, this was no challenge at all. Come on, let's head back to the distillery. All that's left is to give Mabaloo the sack of leaves so she can seal the deal. Mabaloo says those monsters were no trouble for you, it seems. Now, if I could just have the sack of leaves. Thank you for looking after our precious trading goods. Your monster problem has been resolved, Master Gobbly. Here are the made leaves and a written introduction to Bull Knock, as agreed.
Gorbly says then the deal is done. Here. Your jug of premium mezcal, aged 3 years.
Lamont says yes. We finally have the mezcal. Mabaloo says you were the one that inspired me to come this far, third promise. But let's not celebrate until we have the saddle in hand.
Gorbly says Mabaloo, is it? You drive a hard bargain, young peddler. I look forward to doing.
Mabaloo says thank you, but, truth be told, I'm just a ranch hand. For now. Should I ever become a proper merchant, though, I'll be back.
Success. You traded a 5,000 pel sack of top-grade mate leaves for a 10,000 pel jug of premium mezcal.
Lamont says even at the palace, I don't think I've held a 10,000 pel jug of anything before. My hands won't stop shaking. Here, you'd better hold on to it until we get to the saddle maker.
You're a bot. No, are you on in stream or no?
CA says no, not in stream.
Mabaloo says ha ha ha. Can you imagine if we dropped it and had to start all over again?
Need something. Okie dokie.
Mabaloo says luckily, Hadley's place is not far, we just need to head across the plaza.
When you get a chance, look at what I'm sending you on Facebook. I'm sending it to you in like 30 seconds. Sent.
Lamont says this is it, the trade we've been working towards. Phew, still in one piece. Right, time to make our deal. Get your tools ready, Saddler, we've brought your precious mezcal.
Hadley says wait, you actually got your hands on a jug? But you had nothing.
Lamont says what we had was an aspiring trader with a gift for Nag.
Hadley says although I'd sooner aid no claimant but Zoralja, I cannot go against the guiding principles. The trade is a fair one. I will craft your saddle,
Lamont says great.
Hadley says stay and wait if you like. I have all the requisite materials, so that your commission is ready. Catching a wild alpaca is never a simple affair, but you'll have an easier time of it with one of my saddles. Now, if you don't mind, I have other work that needs finishing. Ah, I can taste that smooth.
Lamont says we did it. The saddle is ours. And to think we started out with only 100-pound basket of alpaca wool. Mabaloo, you are going to be an incredible merchant. Mabaloo says thank you. It makes me so glad to hear you say that. Lamont says we got what we came for, so let's return to the ranch. The other
Success. You traded a 10,000 pel jug of premium mezcal for a tame.
Alphino says you've acquired the saddle, then?
Lamont says yes, and thanks in no small part to Mabaloo says before you rush off to catch an alpaca, though, let me teach you how to saddle one. I'll bring out one of our wild-born friends so you can... Lamont says I know. This is something I... Great sunken gods, I did it.
Irinville says he hardly seemed bothered, much less inclined to spit. As if he was completely accepting.
Mabaloo says that is because of the singular scent with which the saddle has been coated. Alpacas find it very soothing. Lamont says I've never taken a good, long look at one of you. You're actually kind of cute. Mabaloo says ha ha ha, you're only now noticing that? Curl says Zor Alja. He's back. Lamont says having done exactly what he set out to do. Alize says that alpaca he's brought. Is it just me?
Irinville says I've heard tales of such a beast. They say the golden alpaca lives a solitary existence deep in the valley, where it shuns the company of both man and its own.
Lamont says how did he manage to snare a prize like that?
Just says a beast knows its betters. Faced with overwhelming strength, it will yield rather than risk death. An apt illustration of how greatly the power of the first promise exceeds your...
Lamont says strength alone won't win him our father's throne. I'll be the one to find the Golden City, and then Tural can remain at peace.
Just says an everlasting desire for peace can only be forged in the fire. To unite as one, the people must be taught. They must suffer the horror and the hopelessness first. Just says exhaustion from prolonged conflict. The wages of war's merciless nature. These are what moved the clans to join in the founding of Tural.
Welcome in.
Consider the younger generation of this village. Since birth have they basked in unbroken harmony, and behold, they regard war not as tragedy. Just says thus does the resilient son seek to provide education. He offers much needed lessons in the realities of conquest and a renewed appreciation.
1 minute before they messaged me.
Alphino says 'tis true that war's misery breeds. But I have seen with my own eyes what becomes of an empire forged through the violence you propose, the rebellions it spawned, and the ruins it left behind. Just as the Garlean Empire was a congregation of the oppressed fought back against their oppressors. As well they should. Men are not beasts. Only a fool would seek to rule over all with the threat of force alone. Just as this is why Galul Jaja did not elevate the Marmuja, why he treated all clans with equal. However, the first promise has his gaze fixed upon more distant horizons. He would unite not only Tural, but the star.
Lamont says what? Why?
Just as I need not explain myself to you. Tablee says so, well done. Well done, indeed. The first promise has completed the feat of gold with an appropriately golden flourish. May I present...
Lamont says he's always been like that, never sharing his innermost thoughts with me or even with Cor. It's like we're not even family. Up under Zora and his mysteries later. Right now, I need to think about finishing the Feet of Gold. I have my saddle, I've practiced how to use it, so lead on to where the wild alpacas roam. Mabaloo says the valley of Orankanka is northwest of here. Come on, everyone, even if we can't enter ourselves, we can see Wiklamat off on her hunt. Lamont says I can do this. I know I can.
Cheer on Wiklamat as she marshals her courage to attempt the harrowing
Good luck there, Promise!
Thanks. I'll need it. Truth be told, still not sure about alpacas. I'd rather not go near one if I can help it. But if I'm to rule this nation, then I'll need to learn how to live with them. Tural is their home too. Right. I'm off.
So, shall we head back to the ranch, or...?
I'm staying here.
As will I. Wiklamat is alone in this. The least we can do is stand watch and await her return.
It may be a while yet. Help me pitch the tent.
Wish you had told me there was somebody that basically the main character Dawntrail is a bunny.
That's interesting. Not a bunny.
I'm not talking about Wiklamat, I'm talking about Erenville.
Trust a gleaner to come prepared for anything.
What's a gleaner?
Someone whose job it is to travel the world and procure uncommon things for their employers. Erenville specializes in finding animals, I believe.
But
Seiya says they're not really the main character.
Why did you cross the salt?
When I was much younger, the thought of leaving Tural never even occurred to me. But then, some years ago, my mentor tasked me with a difficult hunt. Something I could never find, she said, so long as I clung to the familiar. She suggested that I leave home, leave Tural, and join the Gleaners of Sharlayan. As one of their number, I could experience the world,
CA
Immerse
says
myself
correct.
in myriad
However, they
cultures
are a
and
very
customs.
cute bun.
See the many faces of nature. And once I had learned what is truly important, I would find that which I seek. My younger self took those words to heart. And off I went to become a cleaner.
Her words alone moved you to leave behind everything you'd ever known? You must have great respect for your mentor.
As it happens, cleaner work was much to my liking. And I all but forgot why I had pursued it in the first place. Yet, events conspired to put me back on the trail I'd abandoned.
Wait, are you saying you were tasked with finding the City of Gold?
I was. And though my hunt is now entangled with the rite of succession,
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean to see it
Yes,
through.
yeah, I know that Walkabout is the main character. I know that.
I understand completely.
But Tia,
We all have our
the
reasons for
Bun
seeking the Golden City.
is we see the Bun
Which is
Bun
all
as
the more
much as
reason
we
for us
see
to work
Walkabout.
together.
Just so.
However, I would pick Raha or Estinian over Aaronville.
Yeah, and Ravna, Tia literally has two characters that I know of. Actually, three that I know of. One that's Justinian, one that's Graha, and the one that is now Arendelle.
By now, what if something's
So, like-
happened to her? We need to tell Tobli and arrange a search party.
Wait. Do you hear that?
Have you seen how many? I made a post on Reddit talking about how I don't think that Walkabout is being like, I don't understand the hatred towards Walkabout that I've heard ever since Dawntrail came out. And the post has over 140 comments, and I made it 28 minutes ago.
Utterly spent.
And
It's
yeah,
no wonder.
apparently, one of every 3 lines in the game since 2.0
Well done, Third Promise.
was said by Walkabout.
The
So I
ranch isn't
know
going
about
anywhere.
how many out there that
Take a
is.
rest in the
I just think that's crazy. And I hope the voice actress got paid a lot of money for how
I
much.
think I will.
Yeah.
Thank you all for believing in me.
Yeah, that Reddit post has. I actually have to disable notifications on my phone.
CA says you will understand the hate soon.
No issue with. I have no issue.
Maybelline
so
says,
far.
I'm so relieved the third promise came back to us safely. And the alpaca she tamed is a healthy-looking beast. Surely this will be enough to satisfy the feet of gold.
You have an Oriandic clone, a Stinian clone, and a Stoic from BG Baldur's Gate 3. Ah.
Wicklamat still seems a bit unsteady on her feet. Hardly surprising after she spent the night chasing alpacas. You know what will melt away fatigue like magic, though? Make tea.
But yeah, this post has. It's had 15,000 views on Reddit so far. Oh my god. And when did I make this post? I made this post at 7:11 p.m. Eastern Time. So just over an hour ago.
I'll run to the ranch and get a pot brewing. That way you can take
Holy
your time,
crap.
and the tea will be ready when you arrive.
Alphino says, as Mablu so wisely suggested, we shall set a slower pace for our exhausted third promise.
15,000 views, 110 comments. A few of them have been deleted though. Now, imagine, I think I would go insane if I had that many views, even on even on a TikTok.
Mabaloo says came back ahead of the others, did you? I should hurry along with the tea, then, Wicklamock can't be that far behind. Lamont says ooh, that tea really is magical. Curl says I see you've become more comfortable around our fuzzy friends. Lamont says watching this one taught me a lot about alpacas. What grasses and fruits they eat, what sounds they react to, they're adorable little... I guess I've grown kind of fond of them.
Tablee says welcome back, third promise. Accomplish the feat. Yes, there is no mistaking a Valley alpaca. I commend you on your success. Well done.
Lamont says yes, we did it. Although I couldn't find a shiny one like Zoralja did.
Tablee says I'd be surprised if you had. Golden alpacas are born but once every few decades. They are elusive, solitary creatures that are rarely seen, much less captured, thanks to their... Only a single other person is known to have caught one before, that being Galuljaja himself.
Lamont says Papa was chasing alpacas, too.
Tablee says so my grandfather's stories say. It was before the founding of Tural, in a time when the mountain giants, the Yokui, held our people in thrall. Compelled by their overlords, our forebears would ride their alpaca mounts to the highlands to deliver gifts of food and other tributes. Those were wretched days, to hear grandfather tell it. Tablee says then along came the young Galuljaja, yet unburdened by the mantle. Our people were amazed by this imposing two-headed figure, equal to the Yokui in stature, and puzzled by his entourage of mismatched companions. Some trembled in fear, believing a new conqueror had come, yet Galuljaja showed no such inclinations. He sat and spoke with us sipping from the cups of mate tea we offered him, and grew somber when he learned of our plight. None could have anticipated what their visitor decided to do next. Galuljaja ascended the cliffs to face the giants and freed the Pelu from the Yokui's subjugation. Tablee says he then turned an appraising eye upon our riders and proposed we take to the road to peddle our beverages. The suggestion seemed obvious for one who travelled as he did, intent on fostering amity between the So it was that a few words from Galuljaja transformed us into a clan of itinerant merchants.
Lamont says I've never heard the bond Papa forged with the Pelu spoken of in that way before. The saga is not so...
Tablee says then you may not know that Galuljaja sought a sure-footed guide for his trek up into the highlands. Thus did he capture a gold...
Lamont says so both my brother and my father caught the rarest of creatures, while an ordinary one was the best I could manage. Mabaloo says the feat required no more than that, third promise. And you brought back a perfectly wonderful... Lamont says Mabaloo's right. You're a perfectly wonderful beast. If anyone...
Tablee says not only did you accomplish the feat of gold, you also made many trades and brought joy to many people in true Pelu fashion. I sorely doubt your sibling could have achieved that. You should be proud of the accomplishments which earned you your keystone.
Lamont says 5 more to go. Mabaloo says you're well on your way, 3rd promise. Lamont says we'd have been lost without you, Mabaloo. Thanks to you, I learned so much about the Paloo people. Lamont says it might seem obvious, but I've come to realize the importance of properly knowing something. It was because I didn't understand alpacas that I was uncomfortable around them. Mabaloo says I'm thankful to you as well, Lamont. You've given me the courage to say what I wasn't sure I could ever. I want to leave the ranch and become a merchant. I appreciate everything you've done for me, and I've loved every moment caring for the alpacas. Mabaloo says, but this is something I need to do. I need to walk my own path, and make my...
Tablee says, as your parent, allow me to say one. I've always tried to give my wards lives filled with as much happiness as I could provide. Yet never once have I wanted that to be the only happiness you knew. You have my blessing to walk any path you choose, Mabaloo. It gladdens me to hear you've found a calling you wish to pursue with such passion. You will make an exceptional peddler, I'm sure of it.
Mabaloo says thank you, Tablee. Lamont says, what did I tell you, Mabaloo? Mabaloo says there's one last thing I can help you with, 3rd promise. You need to find the Golden City. Lamont says that's the end goal. Mabaloo says then I suggest you talk to the Yakui. They once ruled over far more than just Urkopacha and the Pelupiluu. 1,000 years ago, they were the overlords of Tural and all its peoples. During that era, the Pelupiluu were commanded to search for a city of gold. They scoured every corner of the continent, but never found any trace of that fabled place. Lamont says, but, if they didn't find anything, what could the Yakui have to tell? Curl says they may not have found it, but the fact that they thought to look for it at all makes me curious. Perhaps there's value in delving into how the legend originated?
Iringville says we lose nothing from asking the question. Besides, if we're determined to follow the path, we'll be visiting the giants eventually.
Mabaloo says, oh, Krull. I have a question I'd been meaning to ask, and since we've finished with the feat, where did you acquire that? Krull says, my earring? Do you recognize it? Mabaloo says yes, pieces just like it first became fashionable in Tural around 20 years ago. Since then, it's become common to wear one as a charm. Krull says 20 years ago, right about the time my grandfather made his journey. Yet the Dawn servant implied the earring was connected to the Golden City in some way. Surely there was more to its significance than simple fashion. Mabaloo says if you want to know how it first came to be crafted, I could try to find out. Seeing as it's a regular seller for many merchants, I'm curious to learn about it myself. Curl says I would appreciate that very much, thank. Lamont says jumping feet first into the peddler business.
Had a bot in Twitch, now I have a bot on YouTube. Yay. Don't love bots.
Right then, that's 2 keystones down. I say we head back to Tuliolo and plan our next. Farewell for now, and thanks for all your help. I will become Dawn Servant, so make sure you set aside your best mezcal for the occasion.
Tablee says she has a fearsome opponent in that brother of hers. He even brought a golden alpaca.
Mabaloo says, but you've heard Zora Alja's supporters talk. They might see opportunity in his expansionist ambitions, but they find the man himself intimidating. Whereas I've grown to love Wooklamat. Everyone she meets will come to love her, too, and that's why she'll win the throne.
Tablee says you might be right, Mabaloo. You might.
Alright, I'm gonna quickly use the washroom. I'll be back in one moment. Alright, we are back.
Lamont says it feels good to have the feet of gold safely under our belt, even if my victory pales beside Zora Alja and his shiny golden alpaca. I know I shouldn't let it bother me, and gods know you've all been so supportive, but I want to be strong, or wise, like my brothers. To be a promise that people respect. Which is not likely if I stand here carrying on and on about things. Let's move on. Back to Zbalyavtai with us, the contest has hardly begun. Look at us. The contest has barely begun and we already have 2 keystones. Surely even my talented brothers aren't doing this well.
Irinville says we can only hope.
Lamont says we've now won keystones from both the Feet of Reeds and the Feet of Gold. Surely that means our approach to the contest was the right one?
Alphino says so it would seem. By continuing to retrace Galul Jaja's journey as presented in the saga, we should find the remaining
Lamont says then let's visit the giants next. Like Krill said, the fact that they were searching for the Golden City might mean they know something useful.
Irinville says the home of the Yokui is in the upper reaches of Ekopacha. Unless you're keen on scaling the cliffs, we'll have to take the long way around, through Korzamuka. This route will take us close to the Moblin village, which is another important location in the saga. Since we'll need all the keystones eventually, it makes sense to pay them a visit while we're passing through.
Lamont says so we call on the Moblins first, then. Let's head.
Irinville says I'm afraid right now is going to be a The flight of Wee Wingless, the great stairs leading to the Moblin settlement, collapsed in the storm.
Lamont says what are we to do, then?
Irinville says there is an alternative, but it requires preparation. Until it's ready, you could rest at the cabins or see more of the city. Irinville says just to be sure, you'll accept any method of travel as long as it gets us to our destination.
Lamont says of course. Who do you take me for?
Irinville says, then as your guide, I will Alphino says well, it seems we have some free time on our hands.
Lamont says I need to get my axe repaired. I nicked the blade pretty badly when I took a swing at Bakul. That reminds me, I never got around to introducing you to Roplai, did I? He's the man in charge of Wakameki Miki, and a good person to know. Want to? Let's go, then. Ready? The markets of Wakameki Miki are to the east, on the other side of Bayside Bevy.
Wook Lamont is now accompanying you. You can leave, if you...
Reply says the third promise. How might
Lamont says well met,
Still in a
Reply.
restricted
I
area?
need to buff a nasty nick.
Reply says yes, it's been chipped quite terribly. Try.
Lamont says something like that. Think you
Reply says you stand among Tural's most prestigious gathering of artisans and ask this question. 'Tis child's play. We'll have it repaired for you in 2 shakes.
Lamont says good to hear. I leave it in your capable.
Reply says who's your companion, if I may ask?
Lamont says this is Haven, a great adventurer I recruited from across. I brought her here to meet you, actually. Thought she might have reason to visit Wakameki Miki sooner or later.
Reply says then allow me to introduce myself. I am Reply, humble representative of this grand center of trade. You there? Stop dithering in the shadows and announce your business already.
Lamont says I've seen that man somewhere before. A jewelry maker you met on the voyage over? Oh, I remember, I spoke with him, too. Fanjin.
Reply says you've been loitering like a flighty admirer who can't pluck up the courage to confess his feelings. Out with it, then. Fongentain says that is. Reply says and we're no closer to solving that enigma.
Lamont says I wonder if he could use someone to talk to. I say we go and ask. Let me know by link.
Let's get tagged in. Oh, you're in a cutscene, that's what you're doing. Hmm. Where would it be, I wonder? You over here, maybe? You what?
Fongentine says you were conversing with Master Oplai. But wait, we've met before, haven't we? On the ship.
Lamont says you found him? Good, I'll be right. Why did you run off like that? Did you have business with Oplai or not?
Fongentine says please, you needn't concern yourselves with my affairs.
Lamont says huh? What are you going on about?
Fongentine says I beg of you, do not ask.
Lamont says sorry, but the more you tell me not to, the more curious I become. Besides, you
Fongentine says you are too kind. So be it. I suppose I can share. Before I came to Tural, I worked as a goldsmith at the most prestigious jewelry maker in all of Ulda, Thames Aesthetics. Oh, it started off well enough, but as the days passed, compared to the masterpieces of my talented colleagues, my products were lacking. Mediocre. I lost all confidence. Crippling doubt had possessed me, and any veneer of bravado I tried to put forth soon. Fongentine says thus did I take ship, hoping to find a fresh beginning on new shores. Yet as you witnessed, I lack the courage to even approach a potential employer. You stand before a man wallowing in the wreckage of his ill.
Lamont says alright, then. You offered a morsel, then. You must have really wanted someone to hear your story. If you like, I could try to give you a few words of advice.
Fongentine says then, you have experience with my predicament, of feeling terribly inadequate compared to your.
Lamont says well, when you put it that way, Lamont says ha ha ha, not me. I'm with Lamont. Daughter of the Dawn Servant.
Mike and Revna has logged in.
Fongentine says oh, of course, you're a member of the royal family. Fongentine says but what of you? Have you ever measured your work against that of your colleagues and found yourself
Yeah, the very
How
next.
can I not? Should my work not meet the same exacting standards, no new commissions will be forthcoming. What then was the point of my becoming a gold? Fongentine says, looking back, it was my father who inspired me to take up the trade. His exquisite creations brought radiant smiles to the faces of his clients, and I. Fongentine says but in the course of striving to be as great a goldsmith as him, I lost sight of my all I ever wanted was to spread joy through my craft, as Fongentine says perhaps I will give this one last try. Thank you both for reminding me.
Lamont says what is truly important.
No, wait. Warrior. Wait, is it? Oh, I have to do it as.
Lamont says.
Is that 1191? That is a 91.
Lamont says oh, sorry, Haven. I didn't mean to ignore you. Lamont says but, yes, I'm glad to see Fontaine is giving himself another chance. Lamont says I can't help but wonder if Fontaine will follow through. Let's see if he's actually gone to talk with Ropli.
He is at Watchma Prow or whatever, however it's called.
Fontaine says it was kind of you to come, but you needn't worry. I've found my courage. Pray accept my apologies for my earlier behavior. Fontaine says my name is Fontaine, and I am a goldsmith. Fontaine says I realize this is a bold request, but I should like to continue practicing my trade here in Wamekaimeki, if you will have me. I ask only for the opportunity to bring happiness. Ropli says so that's what it was about. You were looking. Consider yourself hired. Wamekaimeki is always in need of skilled craftsmen and I'll handle the necessary paperwork. Can you start? Fontaine says yes. Yes, of course. I must thank you both again for your sage and timely advice.
Lamont says I don't know that I was all that helpful.
Fontaine says but you were. Had you not come to speak with me, I would not have had that moment of much needed self. Iringville says the arrangements have been made. Come and meet me at the entrance of High Tide.
Lamont says oh, I almost forgot. Do you?
Ropli says ready and waiting. Behold the sublime touch of a
Lamont says uh-oh, it's as sharp and deadly as the first day I held it. Lamont says well, good luck to you, Fontaine. Let me know if that doubt creeps back in, I'd be happy. As for us we should head for the harbor. Wouldn't want to keep Iringville waiting. Lamont says enough with the secrecy, what's this big plan of yours?
Iringville says look there. That is my big plan.
The boat?
Lamont says what? What is that?
Iringville says it's a Panusi. She'll be pulling.
Lamont says how do we know she won't thrash about and sink us instead?
Iringville says they're gentle and timid creatures. For the most part. She's unlikely to cause a fuss unless you...
Alize says first alpacas, now panutis. We're relying a lot. Curl says we should be thankful we have an animal expert as our guide.
This game is really giving us hints about the Beastmaster.
Lamont says, but did it have to be my old nemesis?
Ironville says, well, I took you for someone who was up to the challenge.
Lamont says, uck.
Ironville says, long ago, when fighting still raged between the clans, the inhabitants of Korzamuka rode these riverboats to move swiftly through hostile
Revna says Beastmaster comes out soon.
Ironville says, but the vessels see little use with Tural now war peace. I did consider a dirigible, but the pilots warned me that the updrafts near the falls would make landing difficult. Alphino says you said you borrowed one, yet there appear to be several on the water.
Lamont says Koana.
Koana says Lamachi. Traveling up the...
Lamont says seems that way. Does this mean you've earned 2 keystones already? I can't believe how well you've managed despite undertaking the contest alone.
Koana says I was never alone. I've had my own entourage. Thancred says my friends, it's been, well, not that long.
What? Thancred is working with our enemy?
Alize says Thancred. Or Yanje.
Thancred says escorting a promise, the same. Koana says I'd heard much of the incomparable Archons during my time at the studium. As soon as the contest was confirmed, I thought it better to recruit to my cause. I contacted the Skolak, who arranged an Orionje says the second promise had specific requirements. They who would be his assistants must boast both proven survival skills and mastery of the art. Thus did Thancred and I receive the summons. Koana says my own studies concentrated on technology which our people could readily use, such as inventions born of magitech or where magic was concerned, I covered only the foundation.
Curl says knowing you too, I expect you had other reasons for accepting the...
Thancred says a few. The nation of Toliolal spans an entire continent. Depending on who wins the throne, the world may be plunged. Ever have we striven to preserve peace? Where is our place, if not? We did our due diligence, of course, and made sure of who we were working with before agreeing to this endeavor. He's even more opaque than Orionje at times, but is surprising. Koana says it's quite enough of that. We...
Alize says wait. I have one question. Koana and Wuklamat are vying for the throne. As Koana's entourage, does that mean you're resolved to defeat all his opponents, including us?
Thancred says we're sworn to do all in our power to win this contest for Koana, even if it means competing against our own comrades. Thancred says we intend to hold nothing back, and expect...
Alize says and we won't disappoint you. Lamont says I thought you were taking a boat.
Koana says if even you have been forced to travel on water, then the others will be doing the same. I would rather walk than risk confrontation on a leaky barge with no possibility.
Lamont says it's true that I can't stand boats. But I trust the route Erinville has chosen for us.
Erinville says leave the handling of the Panusi to me. Should other wildlife attack us however, I may have difficulty keeping her under control. Do your best to draw them away, as far from the front. Alphino says then we shall remain on deck and stand guard. Although it may be wise to have at least one of us sit up front with Erinville.
Curl says I'd like to stay on the deck. I'm eager to put my pictomancy to the proof. And I'll take any chance to show you that I can hold my own on the battlefield.
Alphino says then Kryl will stand on guard with Hay.
Alize says I'll keep Erinville company, then. With my blade, I can respond more quickly to...
Erinville says thank you. If a fight breaks out, Alphino says then I shall endeavor to provide aid where it is.
Lamont says I can do that as well.
Erinville says that should cover most eventualities. Secure your gear and board the...
I think the dungeon's about to pop. Or I don't know if you wanted to do it.
Mighty says Gia hey. Rubna says yes please. Mighty says let the hunt begin.
Yeah, it's now accessible. I'm sending you an invite. I'm going to be doing it as a DPS. Only because I don't know this dungeon.
Revna says okay.
My item level is not high enough. No! Do I have to do it as a tank? I am literally off by 1. Oh my god. I'm off.
Revna says oh no.
Wait, I have a level 89.
Go buy something.
I have a level 89 bracelet. So, wait, 488, yeah, I have enough to do 98 Endwalker. We'll shut it down. Where's the merchant? They're there. Okay, 637. Woohoo. There we go.
Ready.
Wow, that was fast.
There was a boat like ours up ahead. Could be Zora Alusha, or Oh gods, is it Bekul Jaja?
Forget who else is on the river right now, we have company.
We just got him.
We're in for some rain, it seems.
That is Bekul Jaja ahead of us. Be ready for anything.
Yes, come closer. We have something for you. A gift. Courtesy of the blessed siblings.
Sort of unfair, but still kind of clever, just with the content.
Gah, this is not going to plan. We'll just have to improvise. See you upriver, if you make it that far.
Behaven says Miss Behaven Lamia performs a spirited harvest dance.
Crippling our boat was a cowardly move.
Erinville, we're losing speed.
The harness is broken. I'm sorry, but we have to pull over to the bank. Meister says Bushmeister Ultros takes a photograph of Alize. We won't be going anywhere until we can make repairs.
See if there's a route overland. We'll try to catch up to you later.
Oh, that hurt. Where's the safe though? Oh, safe though.
What strange happenstance? Hath some misfortune befallen thy vessel? Apologies, friends, it seems you will be taking the long way around.
Are these the first ladders in the game that we actually climb? Yeah.
Yes, they are.
Level 92.
Behaven Lamia says my bad.
Meister Ultros says GG.
Revna says GG. Behaven Lamia says GG.
This is as far as we can go on foot, it seems. We'll have to head back and see about fixing the boat.
Hey! Everyone all right?
They fixed the boat.
Revna says welcome Tilda.
Alizé says I was worried we might not catch up to you.
Irinville says those caverns you traversed were dug by the Yokui in their search for gold. Remnants of their excavations can be found through.
Lamont says while I appreciate the lesson, a wise guide, are we, landing this boat?
Irinville says a river journey is almost over. The proof of that, you need only look ahead. Alphino says the falls were impressive enough from a distance, but it's...
Lamont says yes, amazing. Now please... Lamont says no more boats. Pearl says are you? Oh, you're not alright.
Alphino says I should be surprised if she was. Even without the nausea. Irinville says there is a mountain shelter nearby, a resting spot for those who've ascended the stairs. Alphino says that would be a welcome respite. Alphino says have you the strength for a short walk, Lamont? We can...
Lamont says damn it all. Lamont says a promise is meant to lead from the front, not mule and moan like a sick kid. Curl says with Lamont. Lamont says, ignore me, it's the nausea talking. I'm fine. Curl says very well. But if I might say one thing. Just because you're a promise or a claimant for the throne doesn't mean you can't be seen to struggle. You needn't bear this burden alone, so please don't hesitate to talk to us. We're always willing to lend an ear. Lamont says but, Curl, Lamont says you as well, Haven? I've always believed this is my problem alone, but perhaps you have the right of it. Lamont says all right. I'll talk about things. Just give me a moment. Curl says of course. As long as you need.
Irinville says we'll be waiting at the shelter when you're ready.
Lamont says I've long felt that I could never tell anyone when I was confused or hurting, that admitting to weakness would bring shame to Papa's name. But if you say you're willing to listen, then, there are things I'd like to talk about. Come on, let's catch up to the others.
Alphino says we should stop here for the night. I understand the desire to rush ahead, but we need to recuperate from our punishing river adventure. Irinville says then let's settle in. We'll need a cook fire, and there's meal preparation to be done.
I've been meaning to ask, but how does one become the adopted child of the Dawn Servant?
I was but a ball of fuzz at the time, so I don't remember much. My earliest memories are of life in the palace. All I know is that I was born in Ikbrash, a village in Yaktel. But I've never bothered to return there. As far as I'm concerned, Ulul Jaja is my only parent.
I quite understand. I have no memories of my birth parents either. For a while, I wanted to learn who they were. But over time, that curiosity waned. Galuf was my dear grandfather, and he was all I needed.
So our situations were quite similar. Even though Papa already had a true-born son, he raised me and Kona with no less love. One time, I'd wandered off alone into the forest and gotten lost. Before I became a meal for some beast, Papa dropped everything and came to my rescue. I was scared and sobbing and ready for a scolding. But the head of resolve praised me for surviving the ordeal. I did get my lecture from the head of reason, though. He went on and on about the dangers of the jungle and all the horrible ways I could have died. Growing up, Papa was kind and patient, but a tyrant when it came to training. Now, of course, I realize he was preparing me for my duties as a promise. For all the good it did. There's so much I failed to learn about my own country. Whether it's alpacas or Ihihana, I hardly know anything. I've lived such a sheltered life, yet convinced myself I understood Tural and its people. I don't have Kona's education, or Zoralja's strength. I'm all bluff and bravado, not fit to bear my title. Don't compare myself to my siblings, you mean? I think I see what you're saying. My reasons for joining the contest have nothing to do with my brothers. It's always been about the Turali and what I can do for them.
You said it yourself. How important it is to properly know something. To hear the voices of others, empathize with how they feel, and think how best to serve. In so doing, you'll come ever closer to being the person you wish to be.
I'm sorry, everyone. I've been a fool. From this moment on, I'll stop trying to be the promise I'm not. I won't feign strength to hide my weaknesses. Step by step, I'll learn all there is to know and love about Tulihyolal and my fellow Turali. It might not be the smoothest path, but it'll be a path of my own making. I will find the City of Gold for all of us, along with the answers you seek about your grandfather Kryl. I swear.
I appreciate it, Wuklamat. But you needn't take on that burden as well. Galuf Baldessian dedicated his life to protecting people from all manner of threats. As his granddaughter, I wouldn't wish to endanger others for the sake of a personal investigation. So let's just concentrate on winning the contest. We have a shared goal, and, if at all possible, I'd rather we enjoy the journey.
Hear, hear. We are companions on the same road, bound for the same destination. With our combined talents, nothing will stop us from reaching the Golden City.
Thank you. Thank you all. I am proud to call you my friends. Thank you. Thank you
Revna
all.
says probably.
Proud to call you my friends.
They seem to be enjoying themselves. Are you sure you don't want to go and say a word to your sister?
Nay, there is no need for that. But what of you two? Wuklamat's allies are your comrades. It must feel strange to be rivals.
Helping you has made us rivals, aye. But we're not about to break into fisticuffs over it. Unless, of course, it is a matter of winning or losing the contest. Then I'll have no qualms about putting Alizé on her rear.
Despite our long history, never have I been given the chance to test myself against our companions. The thought stirreth within me a most unexpected sense of competition.
Lamachi has surrounded herself with distinguished figures indeed. One of the Studium's finest graduates, the head of the students of Bardessian. And then there's Eorzea's vaunted champion. If she's half the hero you say, then the odds are stacked against us. Not that I've any intention of bowing out. Our time in Urkelpacha only served to strengthen my resolve. We saw how a single storm cut off the alpaca roots and threw my people's lives into disarray. Such uncertainties are why I advocate for the adoption of Sharlayan innovations, that Tulihyolal might know greater stability and prosperity. Our nation can change for the better. And I will be the man to change it.
Well, it's a start. I imagine your experiences on this journey, all the things you'll hear and feel and think, will help you refine that approach. But to return to the subject of the rite, I'm a touch concerned by the condition for victory. The claimant who breaks the seal becomes Dawn Servant, not the one who performed the 7 feats first.
The would-be victor need only possess the 7 keystones.
That is correct. As the contest wears on, we must brace ourselves for greater conflict.
Your rivals still lag behind. The second and third promise may have recruited competent lackeys, but none compared to you. How can they hope to compete with the resilient son? The only child ever sired by a two-head. Only the ignorant or foolish could fail to see that you were born to be Dawn's servant.
Such titles mean nothing.
I neglected to mention, when I first heard the rumors that the contest involved the Golden City, I spoke in confidence with Gulul Jaja's inner circle. They all agreed on one thing. Whoever reaches the City of Gold will attain a power so great, it can dictate the course of history. If this power truly exists, then I humbly beg a fair share of it. Time is passing, and I would put my plans in motion without delay. The useless tool is cast aside after all. And just so there is no misunderstanding, you consent to this course, no matter who is made to suffer.
In battle, everyone bleeds. The Dawn's promise is no exception. What better lesson to teach our people the folly of war?
I was hoping for a good scrap, but this bloated sack of bile was no challenge at all. I wonder if the house cat is dead yet. Be ashamed to lose a plaything, but we'd still have two more.
If I may ask, Chosen One, what are your plans for Tuliolal after you take the throne?
Plans? What makes you think we care about all that? We care only about the contest and proving our superiority. That would surely please Mother and Father. Yes, and when we become Dawn's servant, we'll drive out the weakling masses and invite our kin to live in the city. Fine idea! Our family deserves better than that rotten jungle. But do it then. We must catch up to that one-headed pretender and remind him of the natural order.
I made it.
I thought we were missing someone. Where have you been?
Oh, I feared I was done for when I fell from the boat. Yet somehow I made it. Oh, my arms, I can barely lift them. If I could just rest a moment.
You expect us to wait for you? Those who can't keep up will be left behind. My brother has spoken. March, or be fodder for the beasts.
But I followed the teachings! Everything I've done, everything I've sacrificed, all has been for the blessed seedlings.
Wait. Don't leave me behind!
Revna says
I'm
okay.
begging you!
Alright, so let's just talk to Wakamat. Are we in a safe zone? We are technically we're in a safe zone. Do I want to talk to Wakamat, or do I want to... You know what, I will finish that. I will finish the quest.
Lamont says being able to say those things has brought me such relief. It's like a stone has been lifted off my chest, and I can take a full breath at last. I don't want to encumber myself like that again. I want to be better, will be better. For myself and for my people.
You may now enter Iwakatumu with a party of NPC.
Alright, chat. It's been fun. I will see you guys with my next stream. I hope you guys have a great night. Thanks for tuning in.